Hey guys, tonight we begin with a story that will transport you to the windswept shores of ancient Norway, where the North Sea crashes against weathered cliffs, and the morning mist carries whispers of forgotten gods. Close your eyes and let yourself drift back to a time when the world was younger, when magic still lived in the spaces between heartbeats, and when a single woman's destiny would shape the course of history itself. The year is 847 AD, and our story begins with Astrid Eriksdotter, awakening in her family's longhouse at Avaldsnes, on the western coast of what would one day be called Norway. But this particular morning that would change everything, began like any other, with the gentle sound of waves against the rocky shore and the soft crackle of dying embers in the central hearth. Astrid's eyes opened slowly, naturally, without the jarring shock of sudden wakefulness. The longhouse was still wrapped in the gray half-light of dawn, that magical time when night hasn't quite surrendered today. She lay on her sleeping bench, covered in thick woolen blankets that her mother had woven the previous winter, each thread infused with the patient love of countless evening hours by the fire. The air inside the longhouse carried the familiar sense of home, the sweet smoke of birchwood, the earthy smell of the packed dirt floor, the lingering aroma of last night's stew made from barley and dried fish. These were the smells that had cradled her sleep since childhood, as constant and comforting as her own heartbeat. She could hear the soft breathing of her family around her. Her father, Eric, lay beside her mother, Ingrid, in their private sleeping alcove, separated from the main hall by hanging tapestries that depicted the great ash tree Yggdrasil, its branches reaching into all 9 worlds. Her younger brother Magnus slept on the bench across from hers, his 14-year-old limbs sprawled with the careless abandon of youth. The longhouse itself was a testament to her father's skill as a shipbuilder. Every beam had been carefully selected and shaped, every joint fitted with the precision that made Eric Thorson's vessels the most sought after along the coast. The curved roof beams reminded Astrid of an overturned ship's hull, as if their home were a great vessel that could carry them safely through any storm. As consciousness fully returned, Astrid became aware of something unusual, a quality to the morning light that seemed different, more luminous somehow. She sat up slowly, her long auburn hair falling in waves over her shoulders. The light was coming from the small window opening near her sleeping bench, but it seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly quality, like sunlight filtered through deep water. She rose quietly, her bare feet touching the cool wooden floor. The floorboards were worn smooth by generations of her family, each plank holding the memory of countless footsteps, countless daily rituals of waking and sleeping, of meals shared, and stories told. She moved with the practiced silence of someone accustomed to early rising, careful not to wake the others. As she approached the window, the strange light grew stronger. Outside, the morning mist was rising from the sea, but it moved in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, swirling and dancing in ways that defied the gentle morning breeze. The mist formed shapes that lasted just long enough to almost be recognized before dissolving back into formlessness. Faces, perhaps, or symbols, or the outlines of ships sailing on invisible seas. Astrid rubbed her eyes, thinking sleep might still be clouding her vision, but the phenomenon continued. The mist seemed to be trying to tell her something, to communicate in a language older than words. She felt a strange pulling sensation in her chest, as if something inside her were responding to a call she couldn't quite hear. She turned away from the window, thinking to begin her morning tasks, to rekindle the fire, to prepare the morning meal, to begin another day in the endless rhythm of seasons that had governed her family's life for generations. But as she moved toward her wooden chest to retrieve her daily clothes, she stopped short. There, carved into the lid of the chest that had been her grandmother's, were symbols she had never seen before. They were freshly carved, the wood still pale where the knife had bitten deep. Yet they looked ancient somehow, as if they had always been there and she had simply never noticed them before. The symbols seemed to pulse with their own inner light, faint but unmistakable in the dim morning air. Her heart began to beat faster. She knew every inch of that chest, had run her fingers over its smooth surface countless times while retrieving clothes or storing her few precious possessions. These symbols had definitely not been there the night before. The carvings were unlike the runes she had seen on memorial stones or carved into the posts of important buildings. These were older, more flowing, like the tracks of some celestial creature dancing across the wood. They seemed to move slightly when she wasn't looking directly at them, shifting and changing like living things. Astrid knelt beside the chest, her fingers hovering just above the strange markings. She could feel heat radiating from them, a warmth that had nothing to do with the morning sun. As her fingertips finally made contact with the carved wood, a shock of sensation ran through her entire body, not painful, but overwhelming in its intensity. For a moment, the longhouse around her seemed to fade, replaced by visions of vast seas and distant shores, of ships with dragon prows cutting through northern waters, of warriors with eyes like winter storms. She saw herself standing on the deck of a great vessel, but she was older, dressed in clothes she didn't recognize, speaking words in a language that felt familiar yet foreign on her tongue. The vision lasted only seconds, but when it faded, Astrid found herself gasping, her hands shaking as they rested on the chest. The symbols had stopped glowing, but they remained clearly visible, carved deep into the wood as if they had been there for centuries. Astrid? Her mother's voice came softly from across the longhouse. "Are you well, daughter?" Astrid quickly closed the chest and stood, smoothing her sleeping gown. "Yes, Mother. I thought I heard something outside." Ingrid emerged from behind the tapestries, her graying hair braided for sleep, her kind face creased with concern. At 42, she was still a handsome woman, with the same green eyes that Astrid had inherited, and the same quiet strength that had made her a respected voice in their community. "The morning mist can play tricks on the mind," Ingrid said gently, moving to stir the embers in the central hearth. "Especially when the seasons are changing. I've felt it too, a restlessness in the air, as if the world itself is holding its breath." Astrid watched her mother work, noting the practiced ease with which she coaxed the fire back to life. Ingrid had always been sensitive to the subtle currents that flowed beneath the surface of daily life, often knowing when storms were coming days before they appeared on the horizon, or sensing when visitors would arrive long before they could be seen on the coastal path. "Mother," Astrid said carefully, "have you ever seen symbols that weren't there before?" Ingrid paused in her work, a piece of kindling held motionless in her hand. For a long moment she didn't speak, and Astrid could see something flickering behind her mother's eyes. Recognition, perhaps, or memory. "What kind of symbols?" Ingrid asked finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Before Astrid could answer, the sound of footsteps on the wooden walkway outside announced the arrival of someone at their door. Both women turned as the leather door hanging was pushed aside and Eric entered, carrying a bucket of fresh water from the well. Eric Thorson was a man shaped by his work and his environment. At 45, His hands were permanently stained with the tar and oils used in shipbuilding. His shoulders broad from years of lifting heavy timbers, his face weathered by countless hours working in the salt air. But his eyes were kind, and when he looked at his family, they softened with a love that had only deepened over the years. "The mist is thick this morning," he said, setting down the water bucket. "Thicker than I've seen in years. It's almost as if—" He paused, looking from his wife to his daughter. "As if something is stirring that has long been still." The three of them stood in the growing morning light, each sensing that this day would be different from all the days that had come before, though none could yet say how or why. Outside, the mist continued its strange dance, and somewhere in the distance, a raven called. Not the harsh cry of a scavenger, but something that sounded almost like a greeting. Magnus stirred on his sleeping bench, mumbling something in his sleep about ships and distant shores. Even in dreams, it seemed, the family was touched by whatever force was awakening in their world. Astrid looked once more at her wooden chest, where the mysterious symbols remained carved deep into the wood, and she felt the first stirring of a destiny she could not yet comprehend. The morning had begun like any other, but already she sensed that nothing would ever be quite the same again. As she helped her mother prepare the morning meal, barley porridge sweetened with honey, dried fish, and fresh bread baked in the outdoor oven, Astrid found her thoughts returning again and again to the strange carvings. Who could have made them? When? And why did they feel so familiar, as if she had seen them before in dreams she couldn't quite remember? The morning light grew stronger, burning away the mysterious mist, but the questions remained, settling into her heart like seeds, waiting for the right season to grow. And somewhere deep inside her, in a place she had never noticed before, something was indeed beginning to stir, something that had been sleeping for a very long time, waiting for this particular morning, this particular moment, to finally awaken. Sometimes the most extraordinary journeys begin with the smallest of mysteries, a symbol where none should be, a light that shines with no earthly source, a feeling that the world has shifted just slightly on its axis while we slept. And sometimes, if we're very quiet and very still, we can hear the whisper of destiny calling our name. The stranger's arrival. The day progressed with the comforting rhythm of familiar tasks. Yet, underneath the surface of normalcy, Astrid felt a current of anticipation running through everything like an underground stream. She helped her mother tend to the household duties, sweeping the longhouse floor, organizing the storage areas where they kept their winter supplies, mending a tear in one of Magnus's tunics where he had caught it on a fishing hook. The symbols on her chest remained, clearly visible in the daylight, though she had said nothing more about them to her parents. Several times she caught her mother glancing at her with a thoughtful expression, as if Ingrid were seeing something new in her daughter's face, some change that had occurred overnight. Magnus, when he finally woke, was full of energy and chatter about a dream he'd had of sailing to lands where the sun never set, and the trees grew taller than mountains. "It felt so real, sister," he said to Astrid, as they worked together to repair a section of the fence that enclosed their small vegetable garden. "I could smell the pine forests and feel the spray of the sea, and there were people there, but they looked different from us. Their skin was darker, and they wore clothes made from animal hides painted with bright colors." Astrid listened to her brother's dream with growing unease. The details he described matched some of the visions she had experienced when touching the carved symbols. How could they both be seeing the same distant lands? Their father spent the morning in his workshop, a separate building where he crafted the ships that had made their family prosperous. The sound of his tools, the rhythmic thunk of the adze shaping wood, the scrape of the plane smoothing planks, provided a steady backdrop to the day. But even Eric seemed distracted, pausing frequently in his work to stare out toward the sea. Their father spent the morning in his workshop, a separate building where he crafted the ships that had made their family prosperous. The sound of his tools, the rhythmic thunk of the adze shaping wood, the scrape of the plane smoothing planks, provided a steady backdrop to the day. But even Eric seemed distracted, pausing frequently in his work to stare out toward the sea. It was just past midday when the stranger arrived. Astrid was hanging laundry on the drying lines behind the longhouse when she heard the sound of a horse's hooves on the stone-paved path that led to their door. Visitors were not uncommon. Their location at Avaldsnes made them a natural stopping point for travelers moving along the coast. But something about the measured pace of this approach made her pause in her work. She walked around to the front of the longhouse just as the rider came into view. He was alone, mounted on a gray horse that seemed to shimmer in the afternoon light as if it were made of mist and shadow rather than flesh and bone. The man himself was tall and lean, wrapped in a dark blue cloak that fell to his ankles. His hair was silver white, and over his left eye he wore a patch of black leather. As he drew closer, Astrid felt a strange recognition, as if she had been expecting this visitor without knowing it. There was something ageless about him, something that suggested he had been traveling these roads for far longer than any mortal man should be able to endure. Eric emerged from his workshop, wiping his hands on a leather apron, and Ingrid appeared in the doorway of the longhouse. Magnus came running from the direction of the shore, where he had been checking their fishing nets. The entire family gathered to greet their unexpected guest, following the ancient customs of hospitality that were sacred throughout the Norse lands. "Welcome, traveler," Eric said, stepping forward with his hand extended in greeting. "I am Eric Thorson, and this is my family. Our home is yours for as long as you have need of it." The stranger dismounted with fluid grace, moving like a man much younger than his silver hair suggested. When he spoke, his voice was deep and resonant, carrying an accent that seemed to come from no particular region, or perhaps from all regions at once. "I am called Grimr," he said, accepting Eric's hand in the traditional clasp of greeting. "I am a wanderer of roads and a teller of tales, and I have traveled far to reach this place." His single visible eye, pale blue like winter ice, swept over the family, lingering for a moment on each face before moving on. When his gaze met Astrid's, she felt that same shock of recognition she had experienced when touching the carved symbols. For just an instant, she could have sworn she saw not one eye but two, and both were filled with an ancient wisdom that made her feel suddenly very young and very small. "You are most welcome here," Ingrid said, stepping forward with the warm smile she reserved for honored guests. "Come, you must be hungry and tired from your journey. Let us prepare a meal and hear news of the world beyond our shores." As was customary, they led Grimr into the longhouse and offered him the seat of honor near the central hearth. Ingrid and Astrid quickly set about preparing food. Fresh bread, cheese aged in their cool storage cellar, dried meat, and ale brewed from their own barley. Magnus tended to the stranger's horse, giving it water and oats and rubbing it down with clean straw. While the women worked, Eric and Grimr talked of practical matters, the condition of the roads, news from other settlements, the prospects for the coming winter. But Astrid, listening as she moved about her tasks, noticed that the stranger's answers were often vague. as if he were speaking of things he had heard rather than experienced directly. It was only when the meal was served and the family had gathered around the hearth that Grimmer began to reveal his true purpose. The firelight played across his weathered features, casting deep shadows that seemed to shift and dance independently of the flames. "These are strange times," he said, accepting a horn of ale from Ingrid. "The old ways are changing, and many of the ancient wisdoms are being forgotten. I travel from place to place, seeking those who still remember, who still carry the old knowledge in their hearts." "What old knowledge do you mean?" Eric asked, though Astrid noticed a certain tension in her father's voice, as if he already suspected the answer. Grimar's eye fixed on Eric with an intensity that made the shipbuilder shift uncomfortably. "The knowledge of the sea roads, of the paths between worlds, of the time when gods walked among men, and the boundaries between the seen and unseen were thin as morning mist." He turned to look at each member of the family in turn. "The knowledge that some carry in their blood, passed down from parent to child like the color of eyes or the shape of hands, but far more precious and far more dangerous." Magnus leaned forward eagerly. "Are you speaking of magic? Of the old stories about shapeshifters and seers?" "I speak of truth," Grimmer replied simply, "of abilities that some would call magic because they do not understand them, but which are as natural as breathing to those who possess them." Astrid felt her heart begin to race. The stranger's words seemed to be aimed directly at her, though he had not looked in her direction since beginning to speak. She thought of the symbols on her chest, of the visions she had experienced, of the strange dreams that had been visiting her sleep for months. "And what?" Ingrid asked carefully. "Would you do with such knowledge if you found it?" For the first time since his arrival, Grimmer smiled, and the expression transformed his entire face. Where before he had seemed stern and somewhat forbidding, now he looked almost grandfatherly, kind and patient and infinitely wise. "I would help it to flourish," he said. "I would teach those who carry it how to use it wisely, how to protect it from those who would destroy it, and how to pass it on to future generations so that it might never be lost." He reached into his cloak and withdrew a small object, which he placed on the wooden table between them. It was a piece of bone, no longer than Astrid's thumb, carved with symbols that made her gasp aloud. They were identical to the ones that had appeared on her chest. "This," Grimar said, "belonged to a seer who lived 3 generations ago. She could see across vast distances and through the veils of time itself. Before she died, she carved these symbols as a message for those who would come after her." Astrid stared at the bone carving, unable to look away. The symbols seemed to pulse with the same inner light she had seen that morning, and she could feel them calling to something deep inside her. "What do the symbols mean?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Grimmer's eye met hers directly for the first time since he had begun speaking. "They mean the awakening begins," he said. "They are a sign that the old blood is stirring, that the ancient gifts are returning to the world." He stood then, moving to the window opening where the afternoon light was beginning to fade. "I have traveled many roads and visited many homes, but I have never seen the signs as clearly as I see them here, in this place, with this family." Eric and Ingrid exchanged a look that spoke of shared knowledge and shared concern. Magnus looked confused but fascinated, his young mind trying to process the implications of what he was hearing, but Astrid felt only a growing sense of inevitability, as if everything in her life had been leading to this moment, this conversation, this revelation. the stranger's words were not surprising her so much as confirming things she had somehow always known, but never allowed herself to believe. "What would you have us do?" Eric asked finally. Grimmer turned back to face them, and in the growing twilight he seemed to shimmer slightly, as if he were not entirely solid. "Nothing, for now," he said. "But be watchful. Be ready. The time is coming when choices will have to be made, when the old knowledge will either be preserved or lost forever." He moved toward the door, then paused and looked back at Astrid. "Keep the bone," he said, gesturing toward the carved piece he had left on the table. "It belongs with you now, and when you are ready to learn what it can teach you, you will know." "But wait," Astrid called out, rising from her seat. "How will I know? What am I supposed to do?" Grimar's smile was gentle and mysterious. "You will know," he repeated. "The blood remembers what the mind forgets. Trust in that, and all will be well." And then he was gone, stepping out into the evening air and disappearing into the gathering darkness with a speed that seemed impossible for a man of his apparent age. They heard the sound of his horse's hooves for a moment, then even that faded away, leaving only the eternal sound of waves against the shore. The family sat in silence for a long time after his departure, each lost in their own thoughts. The bone carving lay on the table between them, its symbols seeming to glow faintly in the firelight. Finally, Magnus spoke. Was he real? Or was he... He gestured vaguely, unable to find words for what he was trying to express. "He was real," Eric said firmly. "But perhaps not in the way we usually understand that word." Ingrid reached across the table and picked up the bone carving, turning it over in her hands. "I have seen these symbols before," she said quietly, "in dreams when I was younger. I thought they were just imagination." Astrid looked at her mother with new understanding. "You have the gift too, don't you?" Ingrid nodded slowly. "I did, once. But I chose to let it sleep, to focus on the life I could see and touch rather than the one that existed in visions and dreams. I thought it would be easier, safer." She looked up at her daughter with eyes full of regret. "I was wrong." Eric reached over and took his wife's hand. "We all make the choices we think are best at the time," he said gently. "But perhaps now it's time for different choices." As the night deepened around them, the family talked quietly about the stranger's visit, about the implications of his words, about the changes they could all feel stirring in their world. And Astrid held the bone carving in her hands, feeling its warmth pulse against her palms like a second heartbeat, knowing that her life had just taken a turn towards something vast and unknowable and utterly necessary. Sometimes destiny arrives not with thunder and lightning, but in the quiet words of a stranger who sees what we have always carried but never acknowledged. And sometimes the greatest courage is not in facing what we fear, but in embracing what we are. The hidden chamber. The bone carving never left Astrid's side after that evening. She carried it in a small leather pouch that hung from her belt, and even through the soft hide, she could feel its warmth against her hip as she went about her daily tasks. At night, she placed it under her pillow, and her dreams became vivid tapestries of distant lands and ancient times. 3 days passed after Greenwar's visit, and the family had settled into a new rhythm that accommodated the unspoken knowledge that everything had changed. Eric worked in his shop with renewed focus, as if he were preparing for something important. Ingrid spent long hours in quiet contemplation, often staring out toward the sea with an expression of deep concentration. Magnus asked endless questions about the old stories, the ancient gods, and the nature of the gifts that seemed to run in their bloodline. But it was Astrid who felt the strongest pull toward discovery. The symbols on her wooden chest had begun to appear in other places, carved faintly into the wooden posts of their home, scratched into the stones of their garden wall, even traced in the frost that formed on the windows during the cold pre-dawn hours. Each new appearance was accompanied by a gentle tugging sensation in her chest, as if something were trying to guide her toward a revelation she wasn't yet ready to understand. On the fourth morning after the stranger's visit, Astrid woke before dawn with an overwhelming compulsion to visit the small shrine that stood behind their longhouse. The shrine was ancient, older than their home, older perhaps than any of the other buildings at Avoldsnes. It was dedicated to the old gods, primarily Freyr, the god of fertility and prosperity, whose blessing was essential for their family's continued success. The shrine was a simple structure, built of weathered stone and topped with a wooden roof that Eric maintained each year before the winter storms arrived. Inside, on a stone altar, stood carved figures of the gods, along with offerings of grain, mead, and small precious objects that the family had dedicated over the years. Astrid had visited the shrine countless times throughout her life, but as she approached it in the gray pre-dawn light, she noticed something she had never seen before. The morning mist was swirling around the structure in the same deliberate patterns she had observed from her window, and the symbols that had been appearing throughout their property were glowing faintly on the shrine's stone walls. She circled the building slowly, running her fingers along the carved symbols. They were warm to the touch, and as she traced their flowing lines, she began to hear something. Not quite a sound, but a vibration that seemed to come from deep within the earth itself. The vibration grew stronger as she moved to the back of the shrine, where the building was built directly against a natural outcropping of rock. Here, the symbols were brightest, pulsing with a rhythm that matched her own heartbeat. And here, she noticed something that made her gasp aloud. One of the stones in the shrine's back wall was different from the others. Where the surrounding stones were gray and weathered, this one was darker, almost black, and it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The symbols carved into its surface were so intricate they seemed to move when she looked at them directly. Without conscious thought, Astrid pressed her palm against the dark stone. The moment her skin made contact, the vibration she had been hearing intensified into something she could actually feel, a deep thrumming that seemed to come from the very bones of the earth. The stone began to move. It didn't slide or shift in the way a loose stone might. Instead, it seemed to dissolve, becoming insubstantial as mist, allowing her hand to pass through it as if it were made of water. Beyond the stone, she could see darkness, but it was not the simple absence of light. It was a darkness that seemed to have depth and texture, like looking into deep water at night. Astrid withdrew her hand quickly, and the stone solidified again, appearing exactly as it had before. But now she knew. There was something hidden behind the shrine, some space that existed beyond the normal boundaries of stone and earth. She looked around to make sure she was still alone, then pressed both hands against the dark stone. This time, she was prepared for the sensation of dissolution, and she didn't pull back when her hands passed through the apparently solid surface. Instead, she leaned forward, allowing her entire body to pass through the stone as if it were an open doorway. On the other side, she found herself in a chamber that should not have been able to exist. The space was larger than the shrine itself, carved directly into the living rock of the hillside. The walls were smooth and curved, following the natural contours of the stone, and they were covered from floor to ceiling with symbols. not just the ones she had been seeing around their property, but hundreds of others, layer upon layer of carved meanings that seemed to tell the story of ages. The chamber was not dark, despite having no visible source of light. Instead, it was filled with a soft, pearl-like luminescence that seemed to emanate from the symbols themselves. The air was warm and dry, carrying scents of cedar and sage that reminded her of the incense burned during the most sacred ceremonies. But it was what occupied the center of the chamber that truly took her breath away. There, arranged on a series of stone shelves and wooden tables, was a collection of objects that seemed to represent the accumulated wisdom of generations. Scrolls of parchment and bark, their surfaces covered with writing in various scripts and languages, carved wooden tablets, bone implements inscribed with symbols, small statues of gods and goddesses she didn't recognize, and dozens of other artifacts that spoke of knowledge carefully preserved and lovingly maintained. Astrid moved deeper into the chamber, her footsteps silent on the smooth stone floor. Everything here felt ancient, but not abandoned. The scrolls were carefully stored in protective cases, the wooden tablets were oiled and maintained, the metal objects were free of rust or corrosion. Someone had been caring for this collection, keeping it safe and accessible. She approached the nearest table and carefully lifted one of the scrolls. The parchment was soft and supple, clearly well preserved, and as she unrolled it, she saw that it was covered with diagrams of ships. Not the familiar designs her father used, but vessels of a different style entirely, with deeper keels and more complex rigging systems. But what made her hands tremble as she held the scroll was the realization that the handwriting was her own. The script was definitely in her hand, with the same particular way she formed her letters, the same slight slant to her words. But the ink was old, faded with age, and the parchment itself felt as if it had been stored here for decades, perhaps longer. With growing amazement and confusion, she examined scroll after scroll, tablet after tablet. All of them were covered with writing, diagrams, and symbols in her own handwriting, but all of them were clearly ancient. There were detailed maps of coastlines she had never seen, star charts for navigation across unknown seas, botanical drawings of plants that didn't grow in their region, and page after page of text in languages she didn't remember learning, but somehow could read. One scroll contained what appeared to be a detailed account of a journey to a land where the sun shone at midnight, and great white bears hunted seals on floating islands of ice. Another described a place where the trees grew so tall their tops were lost in clouds, and the people built their homes in the branches like enormous birds' nests. As she read, Astrid began to understand that these were not just random accounts of distant places. They were carefully compiled records of exploration and discovery, written by someone who had traveled far beyond the known world and returned to document what they had found. And somehow, impossibly, that someone had been her. But how could that be? She had never left Avoldsnes for more than a few days at a time, never traveled further than the nearest market town. Yet here was evidence of journeys that would have taken years to complete, written in her own hand but aged beyond anything that made sense. She was so absorbed in trying to understand this mystery that she almost didn't notice when she was no longer alone in the chamber. "I wondered when you would find this place," a familiar voice said behind her. Astrid spun around to see her mother standing in the entrance to the chamber, but not as she usually appeared. Ingrid looked younger, her hair still golden rather than gray, her face unlined by years of worry and work. She was dressed in clothes Astrid had never seen before, a long gown of deep blue wool, embroidered with silver threads that formed the same symbols that covered the chamber walls. "Mother?" Astrid whispered, uncertain whether she was seeing reality or vision. "Not your mother," the figure replied gently. "Not exactly. I am what she was before she chose to let the gift sleep, before she decided that the ordinary world was safer than the extraordinary one." The figure moved closer, and Astrid could see that while she looked like Ingrid, there were subtle differences. Eyes that held depths of knowledge and experience that her mother had never possessed. Hands that moved with the confidence of someone accustomed to working with forces beyond the physical world. "I don't understand," Astrid said. "What is this place? How can these scrolls be in my handwriting when I've never written them?" "This is the repository," the figure explained, gesturing toward the collected artifacts. "Every generation of our family has contributed to it, adding their discoveries and insights to the accumulated wisdom of those who came before. And you, dear child, are not the first Astrid to bear that name." The implications of this statement hit her like a physical blow. "You mean—" "I mean that the gift runs deeper in our bloodline than you know. I mean that time is not the straight line that most people believe it to be. And I mean that you have been here before, in other lives, other times, adding your own discoveries to this collection and preparing for the moment when you would return to find them again." Astrid sank down onto a stone bench that ran along one wall of the chamber, her mind reeling. "But that's impossible. We don't live multiple lives. Don't we?" the figure asked with a gentle smile. "Have you never felt that you knew something you had never learned? Never experienced a place as familiar even though you were seeing it for the first time? Never met someone and felt that you had known them forever?" As the questions hung in the air, Astrid realized that she had indeed experienced all of these things many times throughout her life. She had always attributed them to imagination or coincidence, but now she began to see them in a different light. "The scrolls," she said slowly, "the ones written in my handwriting, were written by you in previous incarnations. Each time you return, you add to the collection, building upon the knowledge you accumulated in earlier lives. This chamber exists outside of normal time, preserving the wisdom of ages for those who are ready to receive it." Astrid looked around the chamber with new understanding. This wasn't just a hidden room filled with ancient artifacts. It was a library of souls, a repository of accumulated experience that transcended the boundaries of individual lifetimes. "Why?" she asked. "Why do we return? What is the purpose of all this accumulated knowledge?" The figure that looked like her mother moved to stand beside a particular section of the wall where the carved symbols were especially dense and intricate, "because there are things that must be preserved," she said. "Wisdom that must not be lost. The world is changing, and the old ways are under threat. Someone must serve as keeper of the ancient knowledge, ensuring that it survives the coming transformations." She turned to look directly at Astrid. "And in this lifetime, that someone is you." The weight of this responsibility settled on Astrid's shoulders like a heavy cloak. She thought of the stranger Grimer, of his words about the old blood stirring and the ancient gifts returning to the world. She thought of the symbols that had been appearing around their property, of the bone carving that never left her side, of the dreams that had been growing more vivid and more urgent with each passing night. "What am I supposed to do?" she asked. "Learn," the figure replied simply. "Study what is here. Understand the patterns that connect all things, and when the time comes, and you will know when that time arrives. Use what you have learned to guide others through the changes that are coming. The figure began to fade, becoming translucent like morning mist. But remember, child, knowledge without wisdom is dangerous, and wisdom without compassion is meaningless. The gift you carry is not just about seeing across time and space. It is about understanding the threads that connect all living things, and knowing how to weave those threads into patterns that serve the greater good. Wait, Astrid called out as the figure became increasingly insubstantial. How do I know what's true? How do I know which knowledge to trust? The last words came as barely a whisper. Trust your heart. It remembers what your mind has forgotten. And then Astrid was alone again in the chamber, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of lifetimes, feeling both overwhelmed by the magnitude of what she had discovered and strangely comforted by the knowledge that she was not the first to walk this path. She spent the rest of the morning exploring the chamber, carefully examining the scrolls and tablets, beginning to understand the scope of the knowledge that had been preserved here. There were detailed accounts of weather patterns and seasonal changes that could help predict the best times for planting and harvesting. There were maps of sea routes that could guide ships safely through treacherous waters. There were descriptions of medicinal plants and their uses, of astronomical phenomena that could aid in navigation, of diplomatic protocols for dealing with foreign peoples. But more than practical knowledge, there were insights into the deeper mysteries of existence, the nature of time and consciousness, the connections between all living things, the ways in which individual actions could influence the flow of events across vast distances and long periods of time. As she read, Astrid began to understand that the gift she carried was not just about seeing visions or having prophetic dreams. It was about perceiving the underlying patterns that governed all of existence, understanding how past, present, and future were woven together in an intricate tapestry of cause and effect. One scroll in particular caught her attention. It was written in her own handwriting, but the ink was fresher than the others, as if it had been written recently. The text described a series of events that would begin with the arrival of a one-eyed stranger and culminate in a great expansion of Norse influence across the known world. The time of the great voyages approaches, the text read. Ships will carry our people to lands beyond the Western Sea, to islands of ice and fire, to shores where no European foot has ever trod. But this expansion will come at a cost. The old ways will be challenged, the ancient wisdom will be threatened, and those who carry the gift will be forced to choose between preservation and persecution. The scroll went on to describe a network of knowledge keepers, scattered across the Norse lands, who would work to preserve the essential wisdom through the coming changes. Each keeper will guard a portion of the whole, it explained, and only by bringing all the pieces together will the complete pattern be revealed. Astrid realized that this was her mission, not just to preserve the knowledge contained in this chamber, but to connect with other keepers, to help weave together the scattered threads of ancient wisdom into a tapestry strong enough to survive the transformations that were coming. She carefully rolled up the scroll and placed it back in its protective case, then began to make her way toward the chamber's entrance. As she approached the dark stone that served as a doorway, she paused and looked back at the repository one more time. This place would be her sanctuary, her source of guidance and strength. But she understood now that her real work lay outside these walls, in the world of ordinary people who would need the ancient wisdom to navigate the extraordinary times ahead. She pressed her hands against the dark stone and felt it dissolve beneath her touch, allowing her to step back through into the normal world. the stone solidified behind her, once again appearing to be nothing more than an ordinary part of the shrine's back wall. The sun was now fully risen, and she could hear the sounds of her family beginning their daily activities. Magnus was calling to the chickens as he scattered grain for them, and she could smell the smoke from the cooking fire where her mother was preparing the morning meal. As she walked back toward the longhouse, Astrid felt the bone carving pulse warmly against her hip, as if responding to the knowledge she had gained. She understood now why Grimr had given it to her. It was not just a token or a symbol, but a key that had unlocked her access to the hidden chamber and the accumulated wisdom of her bloodline. But she also understood that this was only the beginning. The chamber contained the knowledge of the past, but the future remained unwritten. Her task was to use what she had learned to help shape that future, to ensure that the best of the old ways would survive and flourish even as the world around them changed. When she entered the longhouse, her mother looked up from the cooking fire with an expression of knowing concern. "You found it, didn't you?" Ingrid asked quietly. Astrid nodded, unable to find words for everything she had experienced. "I wondered if it would reveal itself to you," her mother continued. "I could sense it when I was young, but I was afraid to look too deeply. I thought if I ignored it, it would go away and leave me to live a normal life." "But it didn't go away," Astrid said. "No," Ingrid agreed sadly. "It never goes away. It just waits, growing stronger with each generation, until someone finally has the courage to embrace it fully." Eric looked up from where he was mending a fishing net. "What are you two talking about?" he asked, though his tone suggested he already suspected. "The old knowledge, husband," Ingrid replied. "The gift that runs in our bloodline. Our daughter has found the repository." Eric set down his work and looked at Astrid with a mixture of pride and concern. "Then it begins," he said simply. "The time of choosing is upon us." Magnus, who had been listening with growing excitement, bounced on his toes. "What repository? What gift? Why does everyone know about this except me?" Astrid smiled at her younger brother, remembering her own confusion and wonder when Grimr had first spoken of the old knowledge. "Come here, Magnus," she said, reaching for the bone carving. "Let me show you something that will change everything you think you know about our family." As she placed the carved bone in her brother's hands and watched his eyes widen with amazement as the symbols began to glow, Astrid felt the first stirring of the teacher within herself. She was no longer just a student of the ancient wisdom. She was becoming its guardian, its interpreter, its guide for the next generation. And somewhere in the distance, she could hear the sound of ships being built, of sails being sewn, of warriors sharpening their weapons in preparation for journeys that would reshape the world. The time of the great voyages was indeed approaching, and she would need all the wisdom of ages to help her people navigate the storms ahead. Sometimes the greatest discoveries are not found in distant lands, but in the hidden chambers of our own heritage. And sometimes the most important journeys are not across oceans, but into the depths of who we truly are. The days following Astrid's discovery of the hidden chamber passed in a blur of learning and revelation. Each morning, she would rise before dawn and make her way to the shrine, passing through the dark stone into the repository, where she would spend hours studying the accumulated wisdom of her bloodline. Each evening, she would return to her family with her mind full of new knowledge, and her heart heavy with the growing understanding of the responsibility that had been placed upon her shoulders. The scrolls and tablets in the chamber revealed a world far more complex and interconnected than she had ever imagined. She learned of trade routes that stretched from the frozen fjords of the north to the sun-baked markets of the Mediterranean, of diplomatic alliances and cultural exchanges that had been shaping the course of history for centuries. She discovered that the Norse people were not isolated raiders and farmers, but part of a vast network of civilizations that influenced and learned from each other across enormous distances. But more than historical knowledge, the repository contained insights into the nature of the gift itself. She learned that the ability to see across time and space was not random or uncontrollable, but could be developed and directed through proper training and understanding. The visions that had been visiting her dreams were not mere fantasies, but glimpses of actual events occurring in other times and places. One scroll, written in the elegant script of an earlier incarnation of herself, described techniques for entering a trance state that would allow for more controlled and detailed visions. Another contained detailed maps of what the text called the roads between worlds, pathways through time and space that could be traveled by those with the proper knowledge and preparation. As she studied these materials, Astrid began to understand that her gift was not just about receiving visions, but about actively participating in the flow of events across multiple timelines. She was not merely an observer of history, but a participant in its creation. This realization was both exhilarating and terrifying. The power to influence events across time carried with it an enormous responsibility. How could she know which changes would be beneficial and which might cause unforeseen harm? How could she trust her own judgment when the consequences of her actions might not be apparent for generations? It was during her 5th morning in the chamber that she experienced her first truly controlled vision. She had been practicing the trance techniques described in the scrolls, learning to quiet her conscious mind and allow the deeper currents of awareness to flow freely. As she sat in meditation before a particular section of carved symbols, the chamber around her began to fade, replaced by a scene of startling clarity and vividness. She found herself standing on the deck of a great ship, larger and more sophisticated than any vessel her father had ever built. The ship was cutting through gray northern waters under a sky heavy with storm clouds, and all around her she could see other ships, dozens of them, forming a fleet of unprecedented size and power. The men on the ships were Norse, but their equipment and organization spoke of a level of coordination and planning that went far beyond the typical raiding party. These were not random bands of warriors seeking quick plunder, but a carefully organized expedition with a specific destination and purpose. As the vision continued, Astrid began to understand what she was seeing. This was the great fleet that would carry Norse settlers to Iceland, to Greenland, to the distant shores of Vinland. She was witnessing the beginning of the age of exploration that would establish Norse presence across the North Atlantic and beyond. But as she watched the ships plow through the heavy seas, she also saw the challenges they would face. Storms that would scatter the fleet and send some vessels to the bottom of the ocean. Conflicts with indigenous peoples who would resist the Norse expansion. Internal disputes that would weaken the settlements and make them vulnerable to failure. And through it all, she saw the gradual erosion of the old ways. The ancient knowledge that had guided the Norse people for generations was being abandoned in favor of new beliefs and practices brought by Christian missionaries. The shamanic traditions that had connected the people to the natural world were being suppressed as primitive superstitions. The oral histories that preserved the wisdom of the ancestors were being forgotten as written texts became more common. The vision filled her with a profound sense of urgency. The great voyages were necessary. They would spread Norse influence and culture across vast distances, establishing settlements that would endure for centuries. but they would also accelerate the loss of the ancient wisdom that had made those voyages possible in the first place. When the vision faded and she found herself back in the chamber, Astrid understood with crystal clarity what her mission would be. She was not meant to prevent the changes that were coming. They were part of the natural flow of history, necessary for the continued evolution of human civilization. Instead, her role was to ensure that the essential elements of the old knowledge would survive the transition, preserved and protected for future generations who would need them. But how could one person, even one with her gifts, hope to preserve the accumulated wisdom of centuries? The answer came to her as she studied a particular scroll that described the network of knowledge keepers mentioned in earlier texts. The scroll contained a list of names and locations. Other families scattered across the Norse lands who carried similar gifts and similar responsibilities. Some were shipbuilders like her father, whose understanding of wind and wave went beyond mere craftsmanship. Others were healers who knew the secret properties of plants and stones. Still others were storytellers who preserved the oral traditions, or metal workers who understood the mystical properties of different alloys, or farmers who could read the subtle signs that predicted weather and seasonal changes. Each keeper guarded a portion of the whole, and each had been waiting, often without knowing it, for the time when their individual knowledge would need to be woven together into a comprehensive system of preservation. That night, as Astrid sat with her family around the evening fire, she began to share what she had learned. She spoke carefully, knowing that the knowledge she carried was both precious and dangerous. But she also knew that her family needed to understand what was happening and what would be required of them. The time of great changes is beginning, she told them, her voice steady despite the magnitude of what she was revealing. Within our lifetimes, perhaps within the next few years, our people will begin voyages that will take them farther from home than anyone has ever traveled before. They will establish settlements in lands where no Norse foot has ever stepped, and they will encounter peoples and cultures unlike anything we have known. Eric nodded slowly. I have felt it in my work, he said. The ships I am asked to build are growing larger, more complex. The men who commission them speak of journeys that will last for months, of carrying entire families to new lands. And I have seen it in my dreams, Magnus added excitedly. The lands I told you about, the forests and the strange people, they're real, aren't they? They are real, Astrid confirmed. And you will see them with your own eyes, brother. The gift runs strong in you as well. She turned to her mother, who had been listening with an expression of growing understanding and concern. Mother, you spoke of choosing to let the gift sleep, but the time for sleeping is over. We will need your wisdom and experience for what lies ahead. Ingrid was quiet for a long moment, staring into the fire as if seeing visions in the dancing flames. Finally, she spoke. I have always known this day would come, she said softly. Even as I tried to live an ordinary life, part of me was preparing for the moment when the old knowledge would be needed again. She looked up at her daughter with eyes that seemed to hold the depths of memory and experience that had been hidden for years. What would you have us do? Astrid reached into her pouch and withdrew the bone carving that Grimmer had given her. In the firelight, its symbols seemed to pulse with their own inner radiance. We must reach out to the others, she said. The network of keepers that has been waiting for this moment. We must gather the scattered pieces of the ancient wisdom and weave them together into something strong enough to survive the changes that are coming. How do we find them? Eric asked practically. The same way Grimmer found us, Astrid replied. The gift calls to the gift. Those who are ready to awaken will feel the stirring, just as we have. And those who are already awake will sense the gathering of power and come to us. As if summoned by her words, a raven landed on the windowsill of the longhouse, its black eyes gleaming with an intelligence that seemed almost human. It cawed once, a sound that seemed to carry meaning beyond mere bird speech, then flew away into the night. "It begins," Ingrid whispered, and Astrid could hear in her mother's voice the awakening of knowledge that had been dormant for decades. Over the following days, the signs began to multiply. Ravens appeared with increasing frequency around their home, often carrying small objects, carved stones, pieces of metal inscribed with symbols, fragments of wood bearing messages in the old script. Each token was a communication from another keeper, a signal that the network was indeed stirring to life. Magnus proved to have a natural ability to communicate with the ravens, understanding their cries and gestures in ways that amazed even Astrid. Under her guidance, he began to serve as a messenger, sending replies to the signals they received and gradually building a web of communication that stretched across the Norse lands. Eric's role became clear when he began to experience visions related to ship design and navigation. The practical knowledge he had accumulated over years of craftsmanship was being enhanced by insights that came from beyond ordinary experience. He found himself designing vessels that were perfectly suited for long ocean voyages, incorporating features that would not be invented for decades to come. And Ingrid, as her long-suppressed gift reawakened, proved to have abilities that complemented and enhanced those of her daughter. Where Astrid could see across time and space, Ingrid could perceive the emotional and spiritual currents that flowed beneath the surface of events. Together, they could not only witness what was happening in distant places and times, but understand the deeper meaning and significance of those events. As the network of keepers began to coalesce, Astrid felt the weight of her responsibility growing heavier. She was not just preserving knowledge for its own sake. She was helping to guide the course of history itself, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would be available to shape the future. But with that responsibility came a growing awareness of the forces that opposed their work. Not everyone welcomed the preservation of the old ways. There were those who saw the ancient knowledge as a threat to the new order they were trying to establish, and they would not hesitate to use violence to suppress what they could not control. The time of choosing was indeed approaching, and Astrid knew that the choices made in the coming months and years would determine not just the fate of her family, but the spiritual destiny of her entire people. Sometimes the greatest callings come not as dramatic revelations, but as the gradual awakening of purposes we have carried within us all along. And sometimes the most important work is not done in grand gestures, but in the patient weaving together of scattered threads into patterns that will endure long after we ourselves have passed from the world. The autumn equinox was approaching, and with it came the most sacred ceremony of the year for the people of Avaldsnes. The ritual of balance, when day and night stood in perfect equilibrium, was a time for honoring the gods, making offerings for the coming winter, and seeking guidance for the challenges ahead. Astrid had participated in this ceremony every year since childhood, but as she prepared for this year's observance, she knew it would be different. The awakening of her gift had changed everything, and she could feel the ancient powers stirring more strongly as the sacred time approached. The ceremony would take place at the great stone circle that stood on the highest point of the island, a ring of standing stones that had been erected by her ancestors countless generations ago. The stones themselves were covered with carvings, some recognizable as traditional Norse symbols, others so ancient that their meanings had been forgotten by all but a few. As the sun began to set on the day of the equinox, the entire community gathered at the stone circle. Eric and his family took their traditional place near the center of the ring, as befitted their status as respected members of the community. Around them, other families arranged themselves according to custom and relationship, creating a human mandala that reflected the social structure of their society. The ceremony was led by Thorvald the Wise, the eldest man in their community and the keeper of the old traditions. At 73, he was ancient by the standards of their time, his long white beard and deeply lined face giving him the appearance of one of the gods themselves. He had been conducting these ceremonies for more than 40 years, and his voice still carried the power to command attention and inspire reverence. As Thorvald began the traditional invocations, calling upon Odin for wisdom, Thor for strength, and Freyr for prosperity, Astrid felt the familiar stirring of power that had become her constant companion. But tonight, the sensation was stronger than ever before, as if the sacred time and place were amplifying her natural abilities. The ceremony proceeded through its ancient patterns, the lighting of the sacred fire, the offering of mead and grain to the gods, the recitation of the genealogies that connected each family to the heroes and gods of the past. But as the ritual reached its climax, with Thorvald calling upon the gods to reveal their will for the coming year, something extraordinary happened. The standing stones began to glow. It started as a faint luminescence, barely visible in the firelight, but it grew steadily stronger until each stone was radiating a soft, pearl-like light that seemed to come from within the rock itself. The carved symbols on the stones pulsed with their own rhythm, creating patterns of light and shadow that seemed to move and dance around the circle. The assembled community gasped in amazement and fear. Some fell to their knees in reverence, others backed away from the circle in terror, but Thorvald, after a moment of stunned silence, raised his staff and called for calm. "The gods are speaking," he declared, his voice carrying clearly across the hilltop. "They honor us with a sign such as has not been seen in living memory." But Astrid barely heard his words. As the stones had begun to glow, she had felt herself being pulled into a trance state deeper than any she had experienced before. The world around her, the ceremony, the community, even her own family, faded away, replaced by visions of such clarity and intensity that they seemed more real than reality itself. She found herself standing on a rocky shore under a gray sky, watching as a fleet of ships approached from the eastern horizon. The vessels were different from any she had seen before, longer and sleeker than Norse ships, with triangular sails and strange symbols painted on their hulls. As they drew closer, she could see that they carried warriors, but not Norse warriors. These men had different faces, different weapons, different ways of moving and speaking. The vision shifted, and she was now standing in what she recognized as the monastery at Lindisfarne, the holy island off the coast of Northumbria. She had never been there in person, but she had heard descriptions of the place from travelers and traders. The monastery was peaceful, its monks going about their daily routines of prayer and study, unaware of the danger approaching from the sea. Then the ships arrived. Astrid watched in horror as the Norse raiders stormed ashore, their battle cries echoing across the water. The monks, caught completely by surprise, offered no resistance as the warriors swept through the monastery, seizing gold and silver, burning buildings, killing those who tried to protect the sacred treasures. But this was not just any raid. As Astrid observed the scene, she began to understand that she was witnessing one of the most significant events in Norse history, the attack on Lindisfarne that would mark the beginning of the Viking Age. The date that would be remembered as June 8, 793 AD, still decades in the future from her present time of 847. The vision continued, showing her the aftermath of the raid. Word of the attack spread across Europe like wildfire, striking terror into the hearts of Christians and establishing the reputation of the Norse as fearsome warriors. But more than that, it opened the door to an age of expansion and exploration that would carry Norse influence to the far corners of the known world. She saw subsequent raids along the coasts of Britain and Ireland, each one more daring and successful than the last. She watched as Norse warriors evolved from simple raiders into sophisticated military forces, capable of conquering and holding territory far from their homeland. She witnessed the establishment of Norse kingdoms in England, Ireland, and France, and the gradual transformation of raiders into rulers. But the vision also showed her the cost of this expansion. With each successful raid, with each new settlement established, the Norse people moved further away from their traditional ways of life. The ancient customs that had sustained them for generations were abandoned in favor of new practices learned from the peoples they conquered. The old gods were gradually replaced by the Christian faith, and the shamanic traditions that had connected the Norse to the natural world were suppressed as primitive superstitions. Most disturbing of all, she saw the persecution of those who tried to preserve the old knowledge. Keepers like herself were hunted down and killed, their libraries burned, their wisdom lost forever. The network of knowledge preservation that she was working to establish was systematically destroyed by those who saw it as a threat to the new order. The vision reached its climax as Astrid found herself standing in the ruins of her own family's longhouse, decades in the future. The building had been burned, the shrine destroyed, the hidden chamber sealed forever. Her family was gone. Some killed in the violence, others fled to distant lands, all of them scattered to the winds of change. But even in this scene of destruction, there was hope. As she stood among the ruins, she saw a young woman approaching, someone who looked remarkably like herself, but dressed in the clothing of a later era. The woman carried a staff carved with the same symbols that covered the stones of the circle, and in her eyes was the unmistakable light of the gift. "The knowledge survives," the woman said, her voice carrying clearly despite the howling wind that swept across the ruined settlement. "It changes form, it goes underground, it adapts to new circumstances, but it survives. That is your task. Not to prevent the changes that are coming, but to ensure that the essential wisdom finds new vessels to carry it forward." The woman approached closer, and Astrid could see that she was not just similar in appearance. She was identical. This was herself, in some future incarnation, having lived through the destruction and emerged to continue the work of preservation. "How?" Astrid asked, her voice barely a whisper in the howling wind. "By planting seeds," her future self replied. "By hiding the knowledge in places where it will not be found by those who would destroy it, but where it will be discovered by those who need it. By teaching not just the facts and techniques, but the principles and patterns that will allow the wisdom to be recreated, even if the original sources are lost." The future Astrid reached out and placed her hand on her past self's forehead. "Remember this," she said. "When the time of choosing comes, choose preservation over safety, wisdom over comfort, the future over the present. The work you begin now will echo through the centuries, ensuring that the light of the old knowledge never completely dies." the vision began to fade, the ruined landscape dissolving back into the reality of the stone circle and the ongoing ceremony. But as consciousness returned to her present self, Astrid found that she was not the only one who had been affected by the strange events of the evening. All around the circle, people were stirring from their own trance states, their faces showing the same mixture of awe and confusion that she felt. Some were weeping, others were laughing with joy, and still others sat in stunned silence, trying to process what they had experienced. Thorvald himself was swaying on his feet, his ancient face transformed by whatever vision had been granted to him. When he finally spoke, his voice was hoarse with emotion. "The gods have shown us the future," he announced to the assembled community. "Great changes are coming, changes that will test our strength, our wisdom, and our faith. Some of what we have known will pass away, but from the ending will come new beginnings." He turned to look directly at Astrid, and she could see in his eyes that he had witnessed at least part of her vision. "The old blood stirs," he said, his words carrying clearly across the circle. "The ancient gifts return to the world, and those who carry them must prepare for the work that lies ahead." As the ceremony concluded and the community began to disperse, many people approached Astrid and her family, speaking in hushed tones of the visions they had received, and the strange certainty that their world was about to change forever. Some spoke of dreams of distant lands and great voyages, others of conflicts and challenges that would test their people's resolve. But through all the conversations, Astrid was aware of a new quality in the way people looked at her. The respectful deference due to a member of a prominent family had been replaced by something deeper, a recognition of power and purpose that went beyond social status or family connections. As they walked home through the moonlit landscape, Eric placed his hand on his daughter's shoulder. "What did you see?" he asked quietly. Astrid was silent for a long moment, trying to find words for the magnitude of what she had experienced. "I saw the future," she said finally. "The real future, not just possibilities or probabilities. And I saw my role in shaping it." "And what is that role?" Ingrid asked, though her tone suggested she already suspected the answer. "To be a bridge," Astrid replied. "To carry the wisdom of the past into the future, ensuring that it survives the transformations that are coming, to plant seeds that will grow into new forms of the old knowledge, adapted to new times and new circumstances." Magnus, who had been unusually quiet during the walk home, suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Sister," he said, his young voice filled with wonder, "I saw you in my vision. You were older and you were teaching people, not just our people, but strangers from distant lands. You were showing them how to read the signs in the sky and the sea, how to find their way across vast distances, how to survive in places where no one had ever lived before." Astrid smiled at her brother, feeling a deep warmth spread through her chest. "Then you saw truly, Magnus. That is indeed part of what lies ahead." As they reached their home and prepared for sleep, each member of the family carried with them the weight of revelation and the knowledge that their lives had been forever changed by the events of this sacred night. The visions had shown them glimpses of a future both glorious and terrible, filled with opportunities for greatness and dangers that could destroy everything they held dear. But they had also been given something precious, a sense of purpose and direction that would guide them through the challenges ahead. They were no longer simply living day to day, season to season, in the comfortable rhythms of traditional life. They had become active participants in the great drama of history, charged with responsibilities that would affect not just their own generation, but generations yet unborn. Sometimes the most profound revelations come not through gradual understanding, but in moments of overwhelming clarity that show us the true scope of our purpose. And sometimes the greatest gift we can receive is not the knowledge of what will happen, but the wisdom to understand our role in shaping what must come to pass. The learning. The weeks following the equinox ceremony passed in a strange mixture of anticipation and preparation. Word of the visions experienced at the stone circle had spread throughout the region, carried by travelers and traders to distant settlements. Some dismissed the accounts as superstitious nonsense, but others recognized the signs for what they were, harbingers of the great changes that had long been prophesied in the old stories. Astrid found herself at the center of this growing awareness. People began to seek her out, drawn by reports of her extraordinary visions and her family's obvious connection to the ancient powers. Some came seeking guidance, others brought offerings or gifts, and still others simply wanted to be in the presence of someone who had been touched by the gods themselves. She handled these encounters with a mixture of humility and growing confidence, always mindful of the responsibility that had been placed upon her shoulders. The knowledge she had gained from the hidden chamber helped her to answer questions and provide insights that amazed those who sought her counsel. But she was careful never to claim more wisdom than she actually possessed. It was during this time of growing recognition that Magnus made a discovery that would prove crucial to their future work. While exploring the coastline near their home, he had found a series of caves that extended deep into the cliffs. Most of the caves were unremarkable, but one contained something extraordinary. Walls covered with carvings that were clearly ancient, but which seemed to have been recently renewed. When Astrid examined the cave, she immediately recognized the symbols as being related to those in the hidden chamber. But these were different in style and execution. Where the repository's carvings were precise and formal, these were flowing and organic, as if they had been created by someone working in a state of inspired trance. More intriguing still, the carvings seemed to be incomplete, as if whoever had been working on them had been interrupted or had left them unfinished for some specific reason. Astrid found herself drawn to spend hours in the cave, studying the symbols and trying to understand their meaning and purpose. It was on a gray morning in late autumn, as she sat in meditation before the carved walls, that she heard footsteps approaching through the cave system. At first she thought it might be Magnus, who often accompanied her on these visits, but the sound was different. Slower, more measured, with a quality that suggested great age and careful deliberation. A figure emerged from the deeper passages of the cave, and Astrid's breath caught in her throat. It was an elderly woman, perhaps 70 years old, but moving with the fluid grace of someone much younger. Her hair was white as fresh snow, braided with silver ornaments that caught the dim light filtering into the cave. She wore a traveling cloak of deep green wool, and around her neck hung a pendant identical to the bone carving that Astrid always carried. "So," the woman said, her voice carrying the authority of one accustomed to being obeyed, "you have finally found your way to the teaching cave. I was beginning to wonder if this generation would prove worthy of the old knowledge." Astrid rose to her feet, uncertain whether she should be afraid or excited. "Who are you?" she asked, though something deep inside her already knew the answer. "I am Sigrid Ravenspeaker," the woman replied, settling herself on a natural stone bench that ran along one wall of the cave. "And I am your great-aunt, though we have never met in this lifetime." "My great-aunt?" Astrid repeated, confused. "But my father never mentioned having an aunt." Sigrid smiled, and the expression transformed her weathered features. Eric knows of me, but he was told I died when he was a child. It was necessary for him to believe that, for his own protection and mine. She gestured for Astrid to sit beside her on the stone bench. The gift runs strong in our bloodline, child, but it has not always been safe to display it openly. There have been times when those who carried the old knowledge were hunted and killed, their wisdom lost forever. I have spent the last 40 years in hiding, preserving what I could, and waiting for the time when it would be safe to emerge again. "And that time is now?" Astrid asked. "That time is now," Sigrid confirmed. "The visions you experienced at the equinox ceremony were felt by keepers throughout the Norse lands. The network is awakening, and those of us who have been in hiding are being called to take our places in the great work that lies ahead." She reached into her cloak and withdrew an object that made Astrid gasp in recognition. It was a bone carving, identical to the one Grimmer had given her, but this one was broken cleanly in half. The symbols on its surface were the same, but they seemed incomplete, as if they were waiting to be reunited with their missing portion. "The other half," Sigrid said simply, noting Astrid's reaction. "I have carried it for more than 40 years, waiting for the day when it would be reunited with its twin." Astrid pulled her own carving from its pouch, and as she held it near Sigrid's broken piece, both artifacts began to glow with the same inner light she had come to associate with the awakening of the old powers. When she pressed the two pieces together, they fused seamlessly, creating a single carving that pulsed with energy far greater than either piece had possessed alone. "Now," Sigrid said with satisfaction, "we can begin your real education." Over the following hours, as the autumn light faded outside the cave, Sigrid began to reveal the true scope of the knowledge that had been preserved by their family line. She spoke of techniques for entering trance states that would allow communication across vast distances, of methods for reading the subtle signs that revealed the flow of future events, of ways to influence the course of history through careful and precise interventions. "The gift you carry," she explained, "is not simply about seeing visions or having prophetic dreams. It is about understanding the web of connections that link all things, past, present, and future, near and far, seen and unseen. Those who master this understanding can learn to pluck the strands of that web like a musician plucks the strings of a harp, creating harmonies that resonate across time and space." She showed Astrid how to use the reunited bone carving as a focus for her abilities, teaching her to channel her natural gift through the artifact to achieve greater precision and control. Under Sigrid's guidance, Astrid learned to extend her consciousness beyond the confines of her physical body, traveling in spirit to distant places and times. "But remember," Sigrid warned, "knowledge without wisdom is dangerous, and power without compassion is destructive. The old ways teach us that we are not separate from the world around us, but part of a greater whole. Every action we take, every change we make, ripples outward to affect countless other lives. We must always consider not just what we can do, but what we should do." As the days passed, Sigrid proved to be a demanding but patient teacher. She had Astrid practice the techniques she had learned until they became second nature, then introduced new and more complex methods. She taught her to read the messages carried by ravens and other birds, to interpret the patterns of wind and weather, to understand the subtle languages of stone and water and growing things. "The natural world is constantly speaking to us," Sigrid explained as they sat by a stream that ran through the hills behind Avaldsnes. "Every creature, Every plant, every rock and cloud and drop of water carries information about the state of the world and the currents of change that flow through it. Those who learn to listen can hear the voice of the earth itself, warning of dangers and revealing opportunities. Under her guidance, Astrid discovered that her ability to communicate with ravens was just the beginning of a much broader gift. She learned to understand the languages of many different creatures, each of which offered its own unique perspective on the world. Hawks and eagles brought news from great distances, while mice and other small creatures revealed the intimate details of local events. Fish spoke of the moods of the sea, and even insects carried messages about the subtle changes in the environment that preceded major shifts in weather or season. But perhaps the most important lesson Sigrid taught was about the nature of time itself. Most people think of time as a river, she said, flowing always in one direction, carrying events from past to future in an orderly sequence. But that is an illusion created by the limitations of ordinary consciousness. In truth, time is more like a vast ocean, with currents and tides and depths that can be navigated by those who know how. She taught Astrid to perceive these currents, to understand how events in one time period could influence happenings in another, how the past and future were constantly interacting in ways that shaped the present moment. This is why the visions you receive are not fixed prophecies, she explained, but glimpses of possibilities that can be influenced by the choices made in the present. As winter deepened and the lessons continued, Astrid began to understand that she was not just learning techniques and methods, but being initiated into an ancient tradition that stretched back to the very beginnings of human consciousness. The knowledge Sigrid was sharing had been passed down through countless generations, preserved and refined by each keeper who had carried it forward. "We are the memory of the world," Sigrid told her one evening as they sat by the fire in the cave, the carved walls seeming to pulse with their own inner light. "We hold the accumulated wisdom of ages, the insights and understandings that have been gained through centuries of careful observation and patient study. But we are also the conscience of the world, charged with using that wisdom to guide humanity toward its highest potential." It was during one of these evening sessions that Sigrid revealed the true scope of the network that was awakening across the Norse lands. She spoke of other keepers, some hidden like herself, others working openly within their communities, who were beginning to coordinate their efforts in preparation for the great changes ahead. "There is Bjorn Ironsmith in the mountains of Norway," she said, "who understands the secret properties of metals and can forge tools and weapons that carry their own inner power. There is Ingvar, the far-traveled, who has journeyed to the lands of the Rus and learned the shamanic traditions of the Eastern peoples. There is Thora Seidkona in Iceland, who can speak with the spirits of the land and sea." She went on to describe dozens of other keepers, each with their own specialized knowledge and abilities, all connected by the invisible threads of the ancient network. "When the time comes," she said, "we will work together to ensure that the essential wisdom survives the transformations ahead. Some will preserve the knowledge in hidden repositories like the one you have discovered. Others will encode it in stories and songs that will be passed down through the generations. Still, others will embed it in the very structures of the new settlements that will be established in distant lands." As the winter solstice approached, Sigrid announced that Astrid's basic training was complete. "You have learned the fundamental techniques," she said, "and you have begun to understand the true nature of the gift you carry. But now you must begin to apply that knowledge in the world, to start the work of preservation and preparation that will be your life's mission." She stood, and moved to a section of the cave wall where the carvings were particularly dense and complex. "These symbols," she said, running her fingers along the carved lines, "contain the complete instructions for establishing a preservation network. They describe how to identify other keepers, how to establish secure communication channels, how to create hidden repositories of knowledge, and how to ensure that the wisdom survives even if individual keepers are lost." Astrid studied the carvings with new understanding, seeing patterns and connections that had been invisible to her before her training. "You created these," she said, suddenly realizing the truth. "I began them," Sigrid corrected, "but they are meant to be completed by you. Each keeper adds their own insights and discoveries to the collective record, building upon the work of those who came before." She handed Astrid a set of carving tools, their handles worn smooth by generations of use. "Your first task is to complete the record of your own awakening, to document the visions you have received and the knowledge you have gained. Future keepers will study your work, learning from your experiences and building upon your discoveries." As Astrid took the tools and approached the wall, she felt the weight of tradition and responsibility settling upon her shoulders. She was no longer just a student of the ancient wisdom. She was becoming one of its guardians, charged with preserving and transmitting knowledge that was essential to the survival of her people's spiritual heritage. But she was also aware of a growing sense of urgency. The visions she had received at the equinox ceremony had shown her that the time of great changes was approaching rapidly. The raids that would mark the beginning of the Viking Age were still decades in the future, but the forces that would drive them were already stirring. Political tensions were rising, population pressures were increasing, and the old certainties that had governed Norse society for generations were beginning to break down. "How long do we have?" she asked Sigrid, as she began to carve the first symbols of her own contribution to the record. "Not long," her great-aunt replied gravely. "A few years at most before the first major expeditions begin. Perhaps a decade before the full transformation is underway. We must work quickly and efficiently, establishing the network and preserving the knowledge before the chaos of change makes such work impossible." As the winter wind howled outside the cave and the carved symbols glowed softly in the firelight, Astrid began the work that would define the rest of her life. Each stroke of the carving tool was deliberate and purposeful, encoding not just information but intention, not just knowledge but wisdom. She was no longer simply Astrid Eriksdottir, daughter of a shipbuilder from Avaldsnes. She was becoming something larger and more significant, a keeper of the ancient wisdom, a guardian of the old knowledge, a bridge between the world that was passing away and the world that was yet to be born. Sometimes the greatest teachers appear not when we expect them, but when we need them most. And sometimes the most important lessons are not about what we can do, but about who we are meant to become. The deep winter months that followed Sigrid's arrival became a time of intensive learning, unlike anything Astrid had ever experienced. Each day brought new revelations about the scope and depth of the ancient knowledge that had been preserved by their bloodline, and each night brought dreams filled with visions of the work that lay ahead. Sigrid proved to be not just a teacher, but a living library of techniques and traditions that had been passed down through generations of keepers. She had spent her 40 years of hiding, not in idle waiting, but in deep study and practice, refining her understanding of the old ways and developing new methods for applying ancient wisdom to changing circumstances. "The knowledge we preserve," she explained to Astrid as they worked together in the cave, "is not a collection of fixed facts and rigid procedures. It is a living tradition that must grow and adapt with each generation. The techniques that served our ancestors may not be sufficient for the challenges our descendants will face, so we must constantly be developing new applications of old principles. One of the first advanced techniques Sigrid taught was the art of plant communication. She led Astrid through the winter forests around Avaldsnes, showing her how to identify the subtle signs that indicated which plants carried healing properties, which could induce trance states, and which could be used to enhance psychic abilities. Every plant has its own spirit, Sigrid explained as they knelt beside a patch of winter-dormant herbs. And every spirit has its own wisdom to share. The healers of old knew how to speak with these plant spirits, learning directly from them how their gifts could best be used. She taught Astrid to place her hands on the earth above the sleeping roots, to quiet her mind and open her consciousness to the subtle vibrations that emanated from the plant world. At first, Astrid felt nothing but the cold soil beneath her palms, but gradually she began to sense something else. A slow, patient awareness that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of seasons and cycles. "I can feel it," she whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "It's like a very slow heartbeat, but made of thoughts instead of blood." "Exactly," Sigrid said with approval. "Plants experience time differently than we do. What seems like a moment to us may be a season to them, and what seems like a lifetime to us may be just a single thought in their consciousness. Learning to synchronize with their rhythm is the key to understanding their wisdom." Over the following weeks, Astrid learned to communicate with dozens of different plant species, each offering its own unique insights and gifts. The willow trees spoke of flexibility and adaptation, teaching her how to bend without breaking when faced with overwhelming forces. The oak trees shared their knowledge of deep rootedness and enduring strength, showing her how to draw power from connection to the earth itself. The mushrooms that grew in the dark places of the forest carried perhaps the most profound teachings of all. Fungi are the great recyclers, Sigrid explained as they gathered specimens by moonlight. They break down what has died and transform it into nourishment for new life. They understand the sacred nature of death and rebirth better than any other living thing. Under Sigrid's guidance, Astrid learned to prepare teas and tinctures from these mushrooms that could induce profound, altered states of consciousness. In these states, she found herself able to perceive the world from entirely new perspectives, seeing the connections and patterns that normally remained hidden from ordinary awareness. "This is how the ancient seers received their visions," Sigrid told her as they sat in the cave, sipping a tea made from carefully prepared fungi. They understood that consciousness is not limited to the boundaries of the individual mind, but can expand to encompass vast networks of awareness that span time and space. As the tea took effect, Astrid felt her consciousness expanding beyond the confines of her physical body. She could sense the presence of every living thing in the forest around them. The sleeping bears in their winter dens, the ravens huddled together for warmth, the fish moving slowly beneath the ice-covered streams. But more than that, she could feel the connections between all these life forms, the invisible threads of energy and information that linked them into a single, vast organism. "This is the true nature of reality." Sigrid's voice seemed to come from very far away, though she was sitting right beside her. What we normally perceive as separate objects and individual beings are actually aspects of a single, unified consciousness. The gift you carry allows you to perceive this unity directly, to work with it consciously and deliberately. In this expanded state, Astrid began to understand how the network of keepers functioned. Each individual keeper was like a node in a vast web of consciousness, connected to all the others by threads of shared purpose and mutual understanding. When one keeper gained new knowledge or insight, it rippled through the entire network, enriching the understanding of all. But she also saw the dangers that threatened this network. There were forces at work in the world that sought to sever these connections, to isolate individuals from the greater whole and make them vulnerable to manipulation and control. The coming changes would bring not just physical challenges, but spiritual ones as well. Attempts to replace the ancient wisdom with new beliefs that served the interests of power rather than the needs of the people. As the effects of the tea gradually faded and her consciousness returned to its normal boundaries, Astrid found herself filled with a new sense of urgency about the work ahead. The network was strong, but it was also fragile. It would take careful planning and dedicated effort to ensure its survival through the turbulent times that were coming. Now you begin to understand the true scope of our mission, Sigrid said, noting the expression of determination on her student's face. We are not just preserving knowledge for its own sake. We are maintaining the spiritual connections that hold our people together, ensuring that they do not lose their way in the confusion of rapid change. The lessons continued throughout the winter, each one building upon the last to create a comprehensive understanding of the keeper's role and responsibilities. Sigrid taught Astrid the art of dream walking, showing her how to enter the dreams of others and plant seeds of wisdom that would grow into conscious understanding. She learned techniques for reading the patterns of wind and weather that could predict not just storms and seasonal changes, but social and political upheavals as well. Perhaps most importantly, she learned the delicate art of influence, how to guide events without controlling them, how to plant ideas without forcing acceptance, how to inspire change without creating resistance. The greatest power, Sigrid taught her, is the power that is never seen or recognized as power at all. When people believe they are making their own choices, they are much more likely to commit fully to the path they have chosen. As spring approached and the ice began to break up in the fjords, Sigrid announced that it was time for the next phase of Astrid's education. You have learned the basic techniques, she said, and you have begun to understand the principles that guide their application. But now you must learn to work with the specific challenges that your generation will face. She led Astrid to a section of the cave that had been sealed off during the winter months, removing stones and clearing debris to reveal a chamber that took Astrid's breath away. The walls were covered with maps, not just of the known world, but of lands that had never been explored, seas that had never been crossed, territories that existed only in the visions of the far seers. These are the lands your people will discover, Sigrid explained, gesturing toward the intricate cartography that covered every available surface. Islands in the Western Sea, where the sun barely sets in summer and barely rises in winter. Vast continents beyond the great ocean, populated by peoples who have never heard of the Norse gods or Christian saints. Territories rich in resources and opportunities, but also filled with dangers and challenges that will test your people's wisdom and courage. Astrid studied the maps with growing amazement. She could see routes marked across the North Atlantic, leading to islands that would later be known as the Faroes, Iceland, and Greenland. Beyond those, even more ambitious routes extended across the Western Ocean to a vast landmass that could only be the continent that would one day be called North America. "How do you know all this?" she asked, running her fingers along the carefully drawn coastlines. "Because I have been there," Sigrid replied simply. "Not in body, but in spirit." The techniques I have taught you can be used not just to see across time, but to explore across space as well. I have spent decades mapping these routes, identifying the resources and challenges that await the Norse explorers who will follow them. She pointed to specific locations on the maps, each marked with symbols that indicated different types of information. Here, she said, indicating a large island in the North Atlantic, the land is suitable for farming and animal husbandry, but the winters are harsh and the growing season is short. The settlers who establish themselves here will need to adapt their agricultural techniques and develop new methods for preserving food through the long, dark months. Moving to another section of the map, she continued. And here, on the great western continent, there are peoples who have developed sophisticated societies based on agriculture and trade. They will not welcome Norse expansion with open arms, but they can be valuable allies if approached with respect and wisdom rather than conquest and domination. As Astrid studied the maps and absorbed the information they contained, she began to understand the true magnitude of the changes that were approaching. The Norse expansion would not be a simple matter of raiders seeking quick plunder, but a complex process of exploration, settlement, and cultural exchange that would reshape the entire North Atlantic world. Your role, Sigrid explained, will be to help guide this expansion in directions that serve the highest good of all involved. The knowledge you preserve and the wisdom you share will influence the decisions made by explorers and settlers, helping them to avoid the worst mistakes and achieve the greatest successes. But even as she spoke of success and achievement, Sigrid's expression grew somber. You must also prepare for failure and loss, she said. Not all of the expeditions will succeed. Many will be lost to storms and ice, to conflicts with indigenous peoples, to the simple challenges of survival in harsh and unfamiliar environments. Your task is not to prevent these losses. They are part of the natural process of exploration and discovery, but to ensure that the lessons learned from both successes and failures are preserved for future generations. As the winter gave way to spring, and the time for Sigrid's departure approached, she shared with Astrid the most closely guarded secrets of the Keeper tradition. She taught her the techniques for creating hidden repositories of knowledge that could survive for centuries, the methods for encoding wisdom in stories and songs that would be passed down through oral tradition, and the ways to identify and train new keepers who could carry the work forward. The network is awakening, she said on their final night together in the cave, but it is still fragile and incomplete. Your generation will face the greatest challenges in our history, but you will also have the greatest opportunities. The choices you make and the work you do will determine whether the ancient wisdom survives and flourishes, or whether it is lost forever in the chaos of change. As dawn broke over the fjords and the time came for farewells, Sigrid pressed a final gift into Astrid's hands, a staff carved from ancient oak, its surface covered with symbols that seemed to shift and change in the morning light. This belonged to the first keeper of our bloodline, she said, and it has been passed down through the generations to those who have earned the right to carry it. It will amplify your natural abilities and help you to focus your power when the need is greatest. With that, she walked away into the morning mist, her figure gradually fading until she seemed to become part of the landscape itself. Astrid never saw her again in physical form, but she often felt her presence in quiet moments, offering guidance and encouragement when the challenges seemed overwhelming. The staff became her constant companion, its weight in her hand a reminder of the responsibilities she had accepted and the traditions she now carried forward. And in the months that followed, as the network of keepers began to stir to full activity, and the first signs of the great expansion became visible. She would have many occasions to be grateful for the intensive training Sigrid had provided. Sometimes the most valuable education comes not from books or formal instruction, but from the patient transmission of wisdom from one generation to the next. And sometimes the greatest gift a teacher can give is not just knowledge, but the confidence to use that knowledge in service of something greater than oneself. As spring deepened into early summer, Astrid found herself drawn repeatedly to explore the ancient places scattered throughout the landscape around Avaldsnes. The intensive training with Sigrid had awakened in her a sensitivity to the subtle energies that flowed through the land, and she could now perceive the invisible network of sacred sites that had been established by her ancestors over countless generations. Some of these places were well known to the local community. Stone circles used for seasonal ceremonies, burial mounds that housed the remains of honored ancestors, natural springs that were believed to possess healing properties. But others had been forgotten by all but a few, their significance lost to the passage of time and the gradual abandonment of the old ways. It was Magnus who first told her about the grove. "I found it while following a wounded deer," he said, his young face animated with excitement. "The animal led me deeper into the forest than I had ever gone before, to a place where the trees grow in a perfect circle around a clearing. But sister, the strangest thing, when I entered the circle, the deer's wound healed instantly, and it bounded away as if it had never been injured at all." Astrid felt a familiar stirring of recognition at her brother's words. The description matched something she had seen in one of the scrolls in the hidden chamber, a reference to a grove of renewal, where the ancient priests had conducted their most sacred rituals. "Show me," she said simply. The journey to the grove took them through parts of the forest that seemed untouched by human presence. The trees grew larger and older as they progressed, their trunks twisted into shapes that spoke of centuries of growth and change. The very air seemed different here, thicker, more alive, charged with an energy that made Astrid's skin tingle with awareness. They walked in silence, following paths that seemed to appear beneath their feet as they needed them. Magnus led the way with the confidence of someone who had made this journey before, but Astrid could sense that he was being guided by something beyond his conscious knowledge. The same force that had led the wounded deer to seek healing in this ancient place. As they approached their destination, Astrid began to hear something that made her heart race with anticipation. It was not quite music, and not quite voices, but something that combined elements of both. A sound that seemed to come from the trees themselves, as if the forest were singing in harmonies too complex for human ears to fully comprehend. Then they emerged into the clearing, and Astrid gasped aloud at what she saw. The grove was exactly as Magnus had described. A perfect circle of ancient oaks, their branches intertwined overhead to form a natural cathedral. But what he had not mentioned, perhaps because he lacked the sensitivity to perceive it, was the way the space seemed to shimmer with visible energy. Streams of light flowed between the trees like rivers of liquid starlight, converging at the center of the clearing where a single stone altar stood. The altar itself was a marvel of ancient craftsmanship. Carved from a single block of granite, it was covered with symbols that seemed to move and shift when viewed directly. Some of the carvings were recognizable as traditional Norse runes, but others were far older, belonging to traditions that predated the arrival of the Norse peoples in this land. "Do you see it?" Astrid whispered to her brother, wondering if he could perceive even a fraction of what was visible to her enhanced awareness. Magnus nodded slowly, his eyes wide with wonder. It's like the whole grove is alive, he said, as if the trees are breathing, and their breath is made of light. Astrid smiled, pleased to discover that her brother's natural gifts were developing even without formal training. This is a place of power, she explained, moving slowly toward the center of the clearing. Our ancestors chose this spot for their most important ceremonies, because the natural energies of the earth are particularly strong here. As she approached the altar, the carved symbols began to glow more brightly, responding to her presence. She could feel the staff that Sigrid had given her vibrating in harmony with the energies of the place, and she realized that this grove was somehow connected to the network of sacred sites that spanned the Norse lands. She placed her hands on the altar's surface, and immediately her consciousness expanded to encompass not just the grove, but the entire web of power that connected all the sacred places of her people. She could sense other groves, other stone circles, other places where the veil between worlds grew thin, and the ancient powers could be accessed directly. But more than that, she could perceive the history of this particular place, the generations of priests and priestesses who had conducted rituals here, the countless ceremonies that had been performed to mark the turning of seasons and the passage of years, the sacrifices that had been offered to ensure the continued prosperity of the people. The visions came in waves, each one more vivid than the last. She saw robed figures moving in procession around the altar, their voices raised in chants that seemed to make the very air vibrate with power. She witnessed ceremonies of initiation where young people were brought to receive the blessings of the gods, and rituals of divination where the future was revealed through the interpretation of sacred signs. But she also saw darker ceremonies, rituals of sacrifice where blood was spilled to appease angry gods, or to ensure victory in battle. The altar bore the stains of countless offerings, both animal and human, given freely or taken by force in times of desperate need. The complexity of what she was perceiving threatened to overwhelm her consciousness, but the staff in her hand served as an anchor, keeping her grounded in her own time and identity, while allowing her to witness the accumulated history of the sacred grove. As the visions gradually faded, Astrid became aware that she was no longer alone with Magnus in the clearing. Figures were emerging from between the trees, not physical beings, but spirits of those who had served as guardians of this place in ages past. They moved with the fluid grace of beings unbound by the limitations of flesh, their forms shifting and changing like smoke in the wind. One of the spirits approached her directly, and as it drew near, its features became more distinct. It was an elderly woman, dressed in the ceremonial robes of a high priestess, her hair adorned with ornaments of gold and silver. When she spoke, her voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Welcome, daughter of the ancient line," the spirit said, her words carrying the weight of centuries. "We have been waiting for one such as you to come to this place, to receive the final teachings that can only be given here." "What teachings?" Astrid asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The knowledge of sacrifice," the spirit replied. "Not the crude offerings of blood and flesh that the ignorant believe will purchase the favor of the gods, but the true sacrifice, the willing surrender of the small self in service of the greater whole." The spirit gestured toward the altar, and Astrid could see that its surface was now covered with new symbols, glowing with their own inner light. "Every keeper must face this choice," the spirit continued. "To preserve the ancient wisdom, one must be willing to sacrifice personal desires, individual ambitions, even the hope of ordinary happiness. The work demands everything, and gives back only the satisfaction of knowing that something precious has been preserved for future generations. Astrid felt the weight of these words settling into her heart like stones. She had already begun to understand that her path would be different from that of other women her age, that the responsibilities of a keeper would shape every aspect of her life. But hearing it stated so directly, by one who had walked this path before her, made the reality of her situation undeniably clear. "I understand," she said, though her voice trembled with the magnitude of what she was accepting. "Do you?" the spirit asked, and there was both compassion and challenge in her tone. "Then place your hands upon the altar and speak the words of binding that will seal your commitment to the ancient ways." Astrid looked around the grove, seeing the assembled spirits of former keepers watching her with expressions of solemn expectation. She thought of her family, of the normal life she might have lived as the wife of a farmer or craftsman, of the children she might have borne and raised in the comfortable rhythms of traditional existence. But she also thought of the visions she had received, of the great changes that were approaching, of the knowledge that would be lost forever if there were no one willing to preserve it. The choice, when viewed from this perspective, was not really a choice at all. It was simply the recognition of what she had always been meant to do. She placed both hands on the altar and felt the ancient power of the place flowing through her like a river of liquid fire. "I, Astrid Eriksdottir, daughter of Erik Thorson and Ingrid Olafsdottir, do willingly bind myself to the service of the ancient wisdom," she said, her voice growing stronger with each word. "I pledge my life, my energy, and my devotion to the preservation of the old knowledge, that it may survive the changes to come and serve the needs of future generations." As she spoke these words, the symbols on the altar flared with brilliant light, and she felt something fundamental shift within her consciousness. The connection to the network of keepers, which had been growing stronger throughout her training, suddenly became as clear and immediate as her own heartbeat. She could sense the presence of other keepers across the Norse lands, feel their acknowledgement of her formal initiation into their ranks. But more than that, she could perceive the vast tapestry of time and space that surrounded and encompassed all individual existence. She saw how her own life was woven into patterns that extended far beyond her personal experience, how her choices and actions would ripple forward through the generations to influence events she would never live to see. The spirit of the ancient priestess smiled with approval. "Now you are truly one of us," she said. "The binding is complete, and the power of the grove is yours to call upon when the need is great." The other spirits began to fade, returning to whatever realm they inhabited when not manifesting in the physical world. But before they disappeared entirely, each one approached Astrid and touched her forehead, imparting some fragment of their own knowledge and experience. She received visions of rituals and ceremonies, techniques for working with the natural energies of the earth, methods for communicating with the spirits of place and time. Each touch added another layer to her understanding, building upon the foundation that Sigrid had established to create a comprehensive mastery of the keeper's arts. When the last spirit had faded away, Astrid found herself alone with Magnus in the grove, but she was no longer the same person who had entered it. The formal binding had awakened abilities within her that had been dormant, and she could feel new powers stirring in the depths of her consciousness. "Sister," Magnus said softly, his voice filled with awe, "you're glowing." Astrid looked down at herself and saw that he was right. Her skin was suffused with a soft, pearl-like radiance that seemed to come from within. It was not bright enough to be visible in full daylight, But in the dappled shadows of the grove, it was unmistakable. "It will fade," she said, though she wasn't entirely certain of that. The binding ritual awakens energies that take time to settle into their new patterns. They made their way home through the forest in contemplative silence, each lost in their own thoughts about what they had witnessed. But as they approached the familiar boundaries of their family's land, Astrid felt a sudden chill of premonition. Something was wrong. She could see smoke rising from the direction of their longhouse, but it was not the familiar smoke of cooking fires or the forge. This was the thick, black smoke of burning thatch and timber, the smoke of destruction and loss. "Run," she said to Magnus, and they both broke into a sprint, racing through the trees toward their home. As they emerged from the forest, they could see the full extent of the disaster. The longhouse was engulfed in flames, its roof already collapsed in several places. The workshop where their father crafted his ships was a smoldering ruin, and the shrine where Astrid had first discovered the hidden chamber was nothing but a pile of blackened stones. But most terrifying of all, there was no sign of their parents. "Mother," Magnus called out, his voice cracking with fear and desperation. "Father!" They searched frantically through the ruins, calling out for Eric and Ingrid, but found no trace of them. The fire had burned too hot and too completely for there to be any remains, but neither were there any signs that they had escaped. As the reality of their loss began to sink in, Astrid felt the weight of her new responsibilities settling upon her shoulders like a mantle of lead. She had bound herself to the service of the ancient wisdom, but the price of that binding was becoming clear. The grove had demanded sacrifice, and it had taken the thing she loved most in the world. But even as grief threatened to overwhelm her, she felt the presence of the network supporting her, the other keepers sending their strength and comfort across the invisible threads that connected them all. She was not alone in her loss, and she would not be alone in the work that lay ahead. The old life was ending, but from its ashes something new and necessary would be born. As night fell over the smoldering ruins of their home, Astrid and Magnus huddled together in the cold, trying to make sense of what had happened. The fire had been too complete, too thorough to be accidental. Someone had deliberately destroyed their home, their workshop, their shrine, everything that connected them to their old life. Who would do this? Magnus asked, his voice hollow with shock and grief. Astrid closed her eyes and extended her consciousness, using the techniques Sigrid had taught her to read the psychic impressions left behind by recent events. The images came slowly, filtered through the trauma of loss and the lingering energies of destruction, but gradually a picture began to emerge. She saw men in the robes of Christian missionaries, their faces hard with righteous conviction. She heard fragments of conversation about cleansing the land of pagan corruption and rooting out the servants of the old devils. She witnessed her parents being taken away, not killed, but captured, bound and gagged, and loaded into a cart that disappeared into the darkness. "They're alive," she whispered, relief flooding through her despite the devastation around them. Mother and father are alive. They were taken by Christian missionaries who saw them as threats to their work of conversion. Magnus grabbed her arm. "Then we have to rescue them. We have to be smart," Astrid interrupted, though every fiber of her being wanted to rush off immediately in pursuit of their parents. These men are not random bandits. They're part of an organized effort to suppress the old ways, and they'll be expecting us to come after our family. She stood and walked to where the shrine had once stood, kneeling among the blackened stones. The hidden chamber beneath had been sealed by the collapse, but she could still sense the repository of knowledge hidden within. It was damaged, but not destroyed. The ancient protections built into the chamber had preserved most of its contents. "We need help," she said, pulling the bone carving from her pouch. Even in the darkness, its symbols glowed with soft light, and she could feel it connecting her to the network of keepers across the Norse lands. "And we need to understand exactly what we're facing." She spent the night in meditation, reaching out through the network to contact other keepers and gather information about the forces that had attacked their family. What she learned filled her with both determination and dread. The Christian missionaries were not working alone. They had the backing of powerful political figures who saw the conversion of the Norse peoples as essential to their own ambitions for expansion and control. The old ways represented not just religious competition, but political resistance, a source of identity and unity that could not be easily dominated by foreign powers. The attack on her family was part of a broader campaign that was already underway across the Norse lands. Other keepers had been targeted, their homes destroyed, their families scattered or imprisoned. The network that had been awakening was under direct assault, and many of its nodes had already been severed. But the attack had also revealed something important. The missionaries and their political allies understood the true nature of the threat posed by the keepers. They weren't just trying to convert people to a new religion. They were trying to destroy the spiritual and cultural foundations that had sustained the Norse peoples for generations. As dawn broke over the ruins of her childhood home, Astrid felt the full weight of her destiny settling upon her. The binding ritual in the sacred grove had not just committed her to preserving the ancient wisdom. It had prepared her for exactly this moment, when that preservation would require sacrifice and struggle beyond anything she had previously imagined. "What do we do now?" Magnus asked, his young face showing the strain of the night's revelations. Astrid looked at her brother, seeing in his eyes the same gift that burned within her own consciousness, the same potential for greatness and service that their bloodline had carried for generations. He was not yet fully trained, but he was strong and intelligent, and completely committed to their family's mission. "Now we begin the real work," she said, her voice carrying a new note of authority that surprised even her. "We rescue our parents, we rebuild the network, and we ensure that the ancient wisdom survives no matter what forces are arrayed against it." She reached into the ruins of the shrine and began moving stones, clearing a path to the hidden chamber below. The repository was damaged but not destroyed, and the knowledge it contained would be essential for the challenges ahead. "Help me," she said to Magnus, and together they began the work of salvage and recovery that would mark the beginning of their new life as guardians of the old ways. As they worked, ravens began to gather in the trees around them, their black eyes gleaming with intelligence and purpose. These were not ordinary birds, but messengers from other keepers, come to offer assistance and coordination in the struggle that lay ahead. The network was wounded, but not broken. The ancient wisdom was threatened, but not destroyed. And somewhere in the distance, their parents waited for rescue, their own knowledge and experience essential to the work that would determine the spiritual future of their people. The time of learning was over. The time of testing had begun. Sometimes the greatest lessons come not from teachers or books, but from the crucible of loss and challenge that forces us to discover who we truly are. And sometimes the most sacred places are not the ones we visit in times of peace, but the ones we create through our willingness to sacrifice everything for what we know to be true. The work of excavating the hidden chamber took 3 days. during which Astrid and Magnus were joined by others who had felt the call through the network. They came quietly, in ones and twos, drawn by the psychic distress signal that had gone out when the attack occurred. Some were local people who had always sensed something special about the Eriksson family, but had never understood what it was. Others were keepers from distant settlements, who had traveled for days to offer their assistance. Among them was Olaf the Stone Speaker, a master rune carver from the mountains of Norway, whose reputation extended throughout the Norse lands. He was a man of perhaps 50 years, with hands that bore the permanent stains of stone dust, and eyes that seemed to see patterns and meanings invisible to others. "I felt the disturbance in the web," he told Astrid, as they worked together to clear debris from the chamber entrance. "The attack on your family sent ripples through the entire network, but more than that, I've been having dreams about this place, visions of work that needs to be completed here." When they finally broke through into the repository, Olaf gasped aloud at what he saw. The chamber had been partially collapsed by the fire above, but the ancient protections had held, preserving most of the scrolls and artifacts. More importantly, the carved walls were intact, their symbols glowing softly in the light of the torches they carried. "This is extraordinary," Olaf whispered, running his fingers along the carved lines. "I've never seen such a complete record of the old knowledge. But—" He paused, his expression growing puzzled. "There's something missing. The pattern is incomplete." Astrid studied the walls with new eyes, using the enhanced perception she had gained from the binding ritual in the sacred grove. Olaf was right. There were gaps in the carved record, spaces where symbols should have been but weren't, connections that remained unmade. "It's waiting," she realized suddenly. "The record is waiting for something to complete it." Olaf nodded slowly. "I believe you're right, and I think I know what that something is." He reached into his traveling pack and withdrew a collection of tools, chisels and hammers and measuring devices that spoke of a lifetime spent working with stone. "I've been carrying these for weeks, ever since the dreams began. I think I was meant to bring them here." Over the following days, as the work of salvaging the repository continued, Olaf began to carve. But he was not working from his own knowledge or inspiration. Instead, he seemed to be channeling something from beyond his individual consciousness, his hands moving with a certainty that came from a source deeper than personal skill. "It's as if the stone itself is telling me what to carve," he explained to Astrid as they worked together in the chamber. "I can feel the patterns that want to emerge, the symbols that need to be placed in each location to complete the greater design." As the carving progressed, Astrid began to understand what was taking shape on the chamber walls. It was not just a record of the past, but a map of the future. A detailed prophecy of the great changes that were approaching and the role that the keepers would play in navigating them. The carvings showed the expansion of Norse influence across the North Atlantic, the establishment of settlements in Iceland and Greenland and beyond. But they also showed the challenges that would accompany this expansion. Conflicts with indigenous peoples, internal divisions among the Norse themselves, and the gradual erosion of the old ways under pressure from Christian conversion. Most significantly, the carvings revealed the existence of other networks of knowledge keepers among different peoples, shamanic traditions among the Sami, druidic wisdom among the Celts, indigenous spiritual practices among the peoples of the Western lands. The future would depend not just on preserving Norse wisdom, but on creating connections between all these different traditions. "We are not alone in this work," Astrid said as she studied the emerging patterns. "There are others, scattered across the world, who are fighting the same battle to preserve ancient wisdom against the forces of change and domination. But the carvings also revealed something more personal and more troubling. As Olaf's work neared completion, a section of the wall began to show symbols that related specifically to Astrid herself, her past, her present, and her future. She saw her own life laid out in stone, from her birth through her awakening to the gift, her training with Sigrid, her binding in the sacred grove. But the carvings also showed what lay ahead, and what she saw there made her blood run cold. The stone revealed her death, not the manner of it, or the exact timing, but the certainty of it. She would die young, within a few years of her current age, her life cut short by the same forces that had attacked her family. But her death would not be meaningless. It would serve as a catalyst, awakening others to the true nature of the threat they faced, and inspiring a level of resistance that might not otherwise have emerged. "No," Magnus said when he saw what the carvings revealed. He had been studying the symbols as they emerged, his own gift allowing him to interpret their meaning. "There has to be another way. The future isn't fixed. You taught me that yourself." Astrid placed her hand on her brother's shoulder, feeling the weight of knowledge and responsibility that had become her constant companion. "The future isn't fixed," she agreed, "but some things are more probable than others, and some sacrifices are necessary for the greater good." Olaf paused in his carving, his expression troubled. "I could stop," he offered. "I could leave this section unfinished, refuse to complete the prophecy." "No," Astrid said firmly. "The knowledge must be preserved, all of it, even the parts that are difficult to accept. Future keepers will need to understand what happened here, why certain choices were made, how the network survived the early persecutions." As the final symbols were carved into the stone, the chamber filled with a resonance that seemed to come from the earth itself. The completed pattern pulsed with energy, connecting not just to the other sacred sites in the region, but to the global network of wisdom keepers that spanned continents and cultures. But the completion of the carving also triggered something else, a vision that encompassed not just Astrid, but everyone present in the chamber. They found themselves standing together in a vast hall that seemed to exist outside of normal space and time, surrounded by figures from across the ages. There were Norse keepers from past and future, but also Celtic druids, Sami shamans, Native American medicine people, African griots, Aboriginal Dreamtime keepers, and representatives of wisdom traditions from every corner of the world. All were connected by the same purpose: the preservation of humanity's spiritual heritage against the forces that would reduce everything to power and control. "You see now," a voice spoke from the assembled multitude, though it was impossible to identify which figure was speaking. "The work you do is part of a pattern that extends far beyond your individual lives or your particular culture. You are guardians not just of Norse wisdom, but of the human capacity for connection to the sacred itself." The vision showed them glimpses of the future, times when the ancient wisdom would be driven underground, preserved only in hidden communities and secret traditions. But it also showed periods of renewal, when the old knowledge would emerge again to guide humanity through new challenges and transformations. "The cycle continues," the voice explained. "Suppression and renewal, forgetting and remembering, death and rebirth. Your role is to ensure that the thread is never completely broken, that somewhere, always, the flame of ancient wisdom continues to burn." As the vision faded and they found themselves back in the chamber, Astrid felt a profound sense of peace settling over her. The knowledge of her probable fate was still there, but it no longer filled her with fear or despair. Instead, she felt honored to be part of something so much larger than herself, so much more important than any individual life. "What do we do now?" Magnus asked, his voice steady despite the magnitude of what they had experienced. Astrid looked around the chamber at the completed carvings that told the story of past, present, and future, at the assembled keepers who had come to help in their time of need, at the artifacts and scrolls that contained the accumulated wisdom of generations. "Now we prepare," she said. "We rescue our parents, we rebuild the network, and we make sure that when the time comes for my part in this story to end, there will be others ready to carry the work forward." She turned to Olaf, who was carefully packing away his carving tools. "The rune stone you've created here will serve as a beacon for future keepers. They'll be able to find this place, to access the knowledge stored here, to understand their role in the greater pattern. And if the chamber is discovered by those who would destroy it?" Olaf asked. Astrid smiled, touching the staff that Sigrid had given her. "Then they'll find it empty. The real knowledge isn't stored in stone or parchment. It's carried in the hearts and minds of those who have been awakened to their purpose. The chamber is just a tool, a way of passing information from one generation to the next. The true repository is the network itself, the living connection between all who serve the ancient wisdom." As they prepared to leave the chamber and begin the work of rescuing their parents, Astrid felt the weight of destiny settling comfortably on her shoulders. She knew now what her life was for, what her death would accomplish, and how her story fit into the vast tapestry of human spiritual evolution. The runestone revelation had shown her the end of her path, but it had also shown her its meaning. And that, she realized, was the greatest gift any keeper could receive. The knowledge that their sacrifice would not be in vain, that their work would continue long after they were gone, that the light they carried would never be completely extinguished. Sometimes the most important revelations come not as promises of long life and easy success, but as clear understanding of the price that must be paid for meaningful service. And sometimes the greatest courage is not in facing an unknown future, but in embracing a destiny we can see clearly, even when that destiny demands everything we have to give. The rescue of Eric and Ingrid required careful planning and coordination with keepers across the region. Through the network of ravens and other messenger birds, Astrid was able to track the movements of the Christian missionaries who had taken her parents. They were being held at a fortified monastery on a small island in the Oslo Fjord, along with other prisoners who had been captured in similar raids. The monastery was not just a religious institution, but a center of political power, backed by forces that extended far beyond the Norse lands. The monks who ran it were part of a coordinated effort to break the spiritual resistance of the Norse peoples, preparing the way for political conquest and cultural assimilation. "This is bigger than we thought," reported Bjorn Ironsmith, who had traveled from the mountains to join the rescue effort. He was a man of impressive physical presence, with arms like tree trunks from years of working at the forge. But his true strength lay in his understanding of the mystical properties of metals, and his ability to craft tools and weapons that carried their own inner power. "The Christians aren't just trying to convert people," he continued, his voice grim with the implications of what he had discovered. "They're systematically targeting anyone who carries the old knowledge, anyone who might serve as a focal point for resistance to their expansion." Astrid nodded, having come to similar conclusions through her own investigations. They understand that the real threat to their plans isn't military resistance. It's spiritual independence. As long as our people maintain their connection to the ancient wisdom, they can't be fully controlled. The group that had assembled for the rescue mission was small but formidable. In addition to Astrid, Magnus, Olaf, and Bjorn, they had been joined by Thora Windcaller, a weather worker from the western fjords who could influence storms and sea conditions, and Einar Truthseer, whose gift allowed him to perceive lies and hidden motivations with perfect clarity. Each of them brought not just individual abilities, but connections to their own local networks of supporters and allies. The rescue would not be accomplished by 6 people acting alone, but by dozens of individuals working in coordination across multiple locations. The plan is complex, Astrid explained as they gathered in a cave overlooking the fjord where the monastery was located. We can't simply attack the fortress. It's too well defended, and the political consequences would be severe. Instead, we need to be subtle, to create the appearance that our people escaped on their own while leaving no trace of outside intervention. Thora stepped forward, her weather-beaten face serious with concentration. I can create a fog bank that will hide our approach and provide cover for the escape. But it will have to look natural. If the monks suspect supernatural intervention, they'll know we were involved. I can handle the locks and barriers, Bjorn added, patting a leather pouch that contained tools of his own making. My picks and pry bars are forged with metals that respond to the wielder's will. They can open any lock, break any chain, but they leave no marks that would indicate how the escape was accomplished. Einar's role would be to identify which of the monastery's inhabitants could be trusted and which posed a threat. There are always some among any group who question the methods being used, he explained. If I can identify the sympathizers, we might be able to turn them into allies, or at least ensure they don't raise an alarm at the crucial moment. The plan they developed was intricate and dependent on precise timing. Thora would begin by gradually altering the weather patterns around the monastery, creating conditions that would naturally lead to the formation of a heavy fog. While the visibility was reduced, Bjorn and Einar would infiltrate the fortress, locate the prisoners, and prepare the means for their escape. Meanwhile, Astrid and Magnus would position themselves at a predetermined rendezvous point on the mainland, ready to receive the escaped prisoners and guide them to safety. Olaf would serve as coordinator, using his network of contacts to ensure that boats, supplies, and safe houses were available at each stage of the escape route. But as they prepared to put their plan into action, Astrid made a discovery that changed everything. While extending her consciousness to scout the monastery, she perceived something that made her gasp aloud with recognition. "There are other keepers there," she announced to the group. "Not just our parents, but representatives of different traditions. Celtic druids, Sami shamans, even what appears to be a scholar from the Islamic lands who was studying Norse culture." The implications were staggering. The Christian missionaries weren't just targeting Norse wisdom keepers, they were conducting a coordinated campaign against all forms of ancient knowledge, gathering representatives of different traditions in one location for some unknown purpose. "This isn't just about conversion," Einar said, his gift allowing him to perceive the deeper motivations behind the missionaries' actions. They're trying to create some kind of synthesis, to combine elements from different traditions into something they can control and direct. Astrid felt a chill of understanding. They're not trying to destroy the ancient wisdom. They're trying to steal it, to incorporate it into their own system in a way that serves their purposes rather than the purposes it was originally intended to serve. The rescue mission suddenly became much more complex and much more important. They weren't just saving their own family members. They were preventing the corruption and misuse of knowledge that had been preserved for generations. "We need more help," Astrid said, reaching for the bone carving that had become her primary tool for network communication. "This is too important to risk with just the 6 of us." Over the next several hours, as word spread through the network, keepers began arriving from across the region. They came by boat and on horseback, on foot through mountain passes and forest paths, drawn by the urgency of the situation and the knowledge that the fate of their entire tradition might hang in the balance. By the time they were ready to act, their force had grown to more than 30 individuals, representing not just Norse traditions but Celtic, Sami, and even a few representatives of other wisdom traditions who had been alerted through their own networks. "This is unprecedented," observed Rurik the far-traveled, who had journeyed from the trading centers of the East. "Never before have so many different traditions worked together on a single mission." But Astrid could see that this cooperation was exactly what the runestone carvings had predicted. The future would require not just the preservation of individual traditions, but the creation of connections between them. The rescue mission was serving as a catalyst for the kind of intertraditional alliance that would be essential for the challenges ahead. The operation itself unfolded with a precision that seemed almost supernatural. Thora's fog rolled in exactly on schedule, thick and impenetrable, providing perfect cover for the infiltration. Bjorn's tools worked flawlessly, opening locks and breaking chains without leaving any trace of tampering. Einar identified several sympathetic monks who could be trusted to look the other way at crucial moments. But the most remarkable aspect of the mission was the way the different traditions complemented each other. Celtic druids provided knowledge of the local plant life that could be used to create diversions. Sami shamans contributed their understanding of animal communication, coordinating with local wildlife to create additional distractions. The Islamic scholar, once freed, proved to have extensive knowledge of the monastery's layout and routines. The prisoners were extracted in small groups, spirited away through the fog to boats that waited in hidden coves along the shoreline. By the time the fog lifted and the monks discovered the escape, all 37 prisoners had vanished without a trace, leaving behind no evidence of how their liberation had been accomplished. But the true significance of the mission became clear only after all the rescued individuals had been brought to safety. As they gathered in a hidden valley that served as a temporary refuge, Astrid realized that they had not just prevented the corruption of ancient wisdom. They had created something new and unprecedented. "Look around you," she said to the assembled group, which now included representatives of more than a dozen different wisdom traditions. "We have accomplished something that has never been done before in recorded history. We have created a truly international network of knowledge keepers, united not by culture or language, but by shared purpose and mutual respect." Eric, still weak from his imprisonment but with his spirit unbroken, placed his hand on his daughter's shoulder. "You have done more than rescue us," he said, his voice filled with pride and wonder. "You have begun the work of weaving together the scattered threads of human wisdom into a tapestry strong enough to survive any storm." Ingrid, her own gifts reawakened by the trauma and triumph of recent events, nodded in agreement. "The network we dreamed of preserving has become something greater than we ever imagined. It's no longer just about maintaining the old ways. It's about creating new ways that honor the best of all traditions." As the rescued keepers shared their knowledge and experiences, patterns began to emerge that none of them had perceived while working in isolation. Techniques that were considered unique to one tradition turned out to have parallels in others. Prophecies that seemed specific to particular cultures revealed universal themes and concerns. Most significantly, they discovered that the persecution they had all experienced was part of a coordinated global effort to suppress indigenous wisdom and replace it with systems that served the interests of expanding empires. The Christian missionaries were just one arm of a larger campaign that was being conducted simultaneously across multiple continents. We are not fighting just for the survival of Norse wisdom, Astrid announced to the assembly. We are fighting for the preservation of humanity's spiritual heritage itself, and we cannot win that fight alone. We can only win it together. The network that emerged from this realization was unlike anything that had existed before. It transcended cultural boundaries, religious differences, and political divisions, united by the understanding that the ancient wisdom belonged not to any particular people, but to all humanity. Over the following weeks, as the rescued keepers prepared to return to their own lands and peoples, they established communication protocols and coordination methods that would allow them to work together, despite vast distances and cultural differences. Ravens and other messenger birds were trained to carry messages between different regions. Symbols and codes were developed that could be understood across language barriers. Safe houses and supply networks were established to support keepers who might need to travel or relocate. But perhaps most importantly, they developed a shared understanding of their mission that went beyond mere preservation. They were not just maintaining old knowledge, they were adapting it to new circumstances, creating hybrid approaches that combined the best insights from multiple traditions, preparing for a future that would require unprecedented levels of cooperation and understanding. As Astrid watched the various groups preparing to depart, she felt a deep satisfaction that went beyond the joy of having rescued her parents. The network that had begun as a Norse preservation effort had evolved into something that could truly serve the needs of all humanity. The runestone prophecy had shown her that her own life would be short, but it had also shown her that her work would have consequences far beyond her individual existence. The network she was helping to create would survive and flourish long after she was gone, carrying forward not just the wisdom of the past, but the hope of the future. Sometimes the most important victories are not won through force or cunning, but through the patient work of building connections between those who share common purpose. And sometimes the greatest networks are not planned or designed, but emerge naturally when people of goodwill are brought together by circumstances that demand their cooperation. The success of the rescue mission had revealed the true scope of the network to its enemies, as well as its friends. Within weeks of the monastery escape, reports began arriving through the raven messengers of increased persecution across the Norse lands. The Christian missionaries, backed by their political allies, had launched a systematic campaign to root out and destroy anyone suspected of carrying the old knowledge. Astrid found herself at the center of this storm. The authorities had somehow identified her as a key figure in the rescue operation, and a substantial reward had been placed on her head. More troubling still, they had begun targeting not just active keepers, but anyone who had ever been associated with them. Family members, friends, even casual acquaintances who had shown interest in the old ways. "They're trying to isolate us," Magnus observed as they studied the reports that arrived daily through the network. By making it dangerous for anyone to associate with keepers, they hoped to cut us off from the broader community. Astrid nodded grimly. The strategy was effective and showed a sophisticated understanding of how the network functioned. The keepers drew their strength not just from their individual abilities, but from their connections to the communities they served. By severing those connections, The authorities could weaken the network without having to capture or kill every individual keeper. "We need to demonstrate that the old ways are not dead," she said, her voice carrying a new note of determination. "We need to show our people that the ancient powers are still strong, still capable of protecting those who remain faithful to them." The opportunity for such a demonstration came from an unexpected source. Word arrived through the network that the authorities had scheduled a public trial in the regional center of Kaupang, where several captured keepers would be subjected to trial by ordeal to determine their guilt or innocence. The ordeals would include trial by fire, trial by water, and trial by combat. Ancient methods of justice that the Christians had adopted and perverted for their own purposes. "It's a trap," Eric warned when Astrid announced her intention to attend the trials. "They're hoping to lure other keepers into the open, to capture more of us in a single operation." "Of course it's a trap," Astrid agreed. "But it's also an opportunity. The trials will be conducted in public, with hundreds of witnesses present. If we can demonstrate the power of the old ways in that setting, the impact will be enormous." The plan she developed was audacious in its simplicity. Rather than trying to rescue the captured keepers through stealth or force, she would submit herself to the same ordeals they faced, trusting in her training and the support of the network to see her through. If she succeeded, it would prove to all who witnessed it that the old gods still protected their faithful servants. "This is madness," Ingrid protested when she learned of her daughter's plan. "The ordeals are designed to kill or maim those who undergo them. Even if you survive, you could be permanently injured." But Astrid had already made her decision. The runestone prophecy had shown her that her death was approaching, and she had accepted that fate. If her life was to be short, then it needed to accomplish something significant, something that would inspire others to continue the work after she was gone. "I have been trained for this," she told her family, as they gathered for what might be their final meal together. "Sigrid taught me techniques for controlling my body's responses to heat and cold, to pain and fear. The binding ritual in the sacred grove connected me to sources of power that go far beyond my individual strength. And the network will be supporting me, channeling energy and protection from dozens of keepers across the region." Magnus, now 16 and showing the full flowering of his own gifts, spoke up with quiet intensity. "If you're determined to do this, sister, then you won't be doing it alone. I'm coming with you." "Absolutely not," Astrid began, but Magnus cut her off. "The authorities know about me too," he said. "I'm already a target, already in danger, and my gifts complement yours. Where you have the power of far sight and spirit walking, I have the ability to communicate with the natural world. Together, we'll be stronger than either of us could be alone." After much discussion and many tears, it was decided that both siblings would travel to Kaupang for the trials. Eric and Ingrid would remain behind, coordinating with the network to provide support and ensuring that the work would continue regardless of what happened at the trials. The journey to Kaupang took 3 days, during which Astrid and Magnus were joined by other keepers making the same pilgrimage. By the time they reached the trading center, their group had grown to more than 20 individuals, representing not just Norse traditions, but several of the other wisdom paths that had been connected through the rescue mission. The trials were to be held in the main square of Kaupang, with a raised platform constructed for the ordeals and seating arranged for the hundreds of spectators who were expected to attend. The authorities had clearly intended the event to serve as both entertainment and intimidation, a public demonstration of what happened to those who opposed the new order. But, as Astrid surveyed the scene, she could see that their presence had already begun to change the dynamic. The crowd that gathered included not just curious onlookers and Christian supporters, but many who still held to the old ways, who had come hoping to witness some sign that their traditional beliefs retained their power. The first ordeal was trial by fire, in which the accused would be required to walk across a bed of burning coals while carrying a red, hot iron bar. The Christian authorities claimed that the innocent would be protected by divine intervention, while the guilty would be burned as punishment for their sins. 3 captured keepers were brought forward for this ordeal, their hands bound and their faces showing the strain of imprisonment and torture. As they were prepared for the trial, Astrid stepped forward from the crowd. "I demand the right to undergo the same ordeal," she announced, her voice carrying clearly across the square. "If these people are guilty of serving false gods, then so am I. Let us all be tested together, and let the truth be revealed for all to see." A murmur ran through the crowd at this unexpected development. The Christian authorities conferred among themselves, clearly uncertain how to respond to this challenge. They could hardly refuse without appearing to doubt the validity of their own methods, but they also recognized the danger of allowing a skilled keeper to demonstrate her abilities in such a public setting. Finally, the lead magistrate stepped forward. "Very well," he announced. "If you insist on sharing the fate of these heretics, then you shall have that opportunity. But know that by doing so, you confess your own guilt and accept whatever punishment the ordeal reveals." Astrid nodded calmly, then began to prepare herself using the techniques Sigrid had taught her. She entered a light trance state, slowing her heartbeat and breathing, redirecting blood flow away from her extremities to protect them from heat damage. More importantly, she opened herself to the network, feeling the strength and support of dozens of other keepers flowing into her consciousness. As she did so, something remarkable began to happen. The other captured keepers, sensing the power that was gathering around Astrid, began to emerge from their own states of despair and resignation. They too had been trained in the old ways, and they too could draw upon the network for support. What had been intended as individual ordeals began to transform into a collective demonstration of the ancient powers. The fire pit was lit, and the coals were allowed to burn down to the perfect temperature for the ordeal. Red-hot iron bars were prepared, their metal glowing white with heat. The crowd grew silent, sensing that they were about to witness something extraordinary. Astrid was the first to step onto the burning coals. As her bare feet made contact with the glowing embers, she felt the heat but not the pain. Her consciousness expanded beyond the boundaries of her physical body. She walked slowly and deliberately across the fire pit, her steps steady and sure, the iron bar in her hands glowing but not burning her flesh. Behind her, the 3 captured keepers followed, their own training and the support of the networks protecting them from harm. One by one, they crossed the burning coals, their faces serene with the knowledge that they were being sustained by powers far greater than those arrayed against them. The crowd watched in stunned silence as all 4 individuals completed the ordeal without showing any signs of injury. When they reached the other side of the fire pit, Astrid held up the iron bar she had been carrying, showing that when they reached the other side of the fire pit, Astrid held up the iron bar she had been carrying, showing that her hands bore no burns despite having gripped the white-hot metal. The other keepers displayed their own unmarked hands, and together they stood before the crowd as living proof that the old powers remained strong. But the demonstration was far from over. The second ordeal was trial by water, in which the accused would be bound and thrown into the fjord. According to Christian doctrine, the innocent would float while the guilty would sink, a test that typically resulted in death either by drowning or by being declared guilty and executed. Once again, Astrid stepped forward to join the captured keepers in facing this ordeal. But as they were led to the water's edge, she began to implement the second part of her plan. Magnus, she called to her brother, who was positioned among the crowd. Now. Magnus raised his hands and began to sing, not in the Norse tongue, but in the ancient language that predated human speech, the primal sounds that connected all living things to the natural world. As his voice rose and fell in patterns that seemed to echo the rhythm of waves and wind, the very air around the square began to change. Ravens began to gather, first a few, then dozens, then hundreds, until the sky above Kaupang was black with their wings. They perched on every available surface, their intelligent eyes fixed on the proceedings below, their presence transforming what had been intended as a Christian demonstration into something far more ancient and powerful. But the ravens were only the beginning. As Magnus's song continued, other creatures began to appear. Wolves emerged from the forest that surrounded the trading center, not threatening but watchful, their yellow eyes reflecting an intelligence that went beyond mere animal instinct. Eagles circled overhead, their cries adding harmonies to Magnus's song. Even the fish in the fjord began to behave strangely, leaping from the water in patterns that seemed almost choreographed. The crowd was now murmuring with excitement and fear. Many recognized the signs of the old magic, the power that their ancestors had wielded to communicate with the natural world. Others, particularly the Christian converts, saw only diabolic sorcery and began to call for the immediate execution of all the accused. But the magistrates, caught between competing pressures and uncertain how to proceed, decided to continue with the water ordeal as planned. The 4 keepers were bound with ropes and led to a platform that extended over the deep water of the fjord. As they were prepared for immersion, Astrid made contact with the spirits of the water itself. This was one of the most advanced techniques Sigrid had taught her, the ability to communicate directly with the elemental forces that governed natural phenomena. The water spirits, ancient beyond human comprehension, recognized her as one who served the old ways and agreed to aid in the demonstration. One by one, the bound keepers were thrown into the fjord, and one by one they floated, supported not by air trapped in their clothing or by natural buoyancy, but by the conscious intervention of forces that predated human civilization. They bobbed gently on the surface, their faces calm and serene, showing no distress despite being bound hand and foot. But as they floated, something even more remarkable began to happen. The water around them began to glow with a soft, pearl-like radiance that seemed to emanate from the keepers themselves. The light spread outward in ripples, transforming the dark water of the fjord into something that resembled liquid starlight. The crowd gasped in amazement and terror. Even the most skeptical observers could not deny that they were witnessing something beyond the realm of ordinary experience. The Christian authorities, faced with clear evidence that their ordeals were not revealing guilt but demonstrating power, began to panic. "Sorcery!" shouted the lead magistrate. "Diabolic intervention! The trials are corrupted!" But his words were drowned out by a sound that made everyone in the square fall silent. From the water came singing. Not human voices, but something far older and more beautiful. The water spirits themselves were adding their voices to Magnus's song, creating harmonies that seemed to resonate in the very bones of all who heard them. As the song reached its crescendo, the bound keepers began to rise from the water. Not swimming, for their hands and feet were still tied, but levitating, supported by forces that were clearly beyond the physical. They rose until they stood on the surface of the fjord, as if it were solid ground, the glowing water supporting their weight without any visible means. The demonstration had now moved far beyond anything that could be explained by natural causes or dismissed as trickery. The crowd was witnessing a clear manifestation of powers that the Christian authorities claimed no longer existed, a direct challenge to the new order that could not be ignored or suppressed. But the authorities were not prepared to concede defeat. As the keepers walked across the water toward the shore, soldiers moved to surround the platform, their weapons drawn and their faces grim with determination. "Enough!" the magistrate shouted. "These are not trials by ordeal. They are displays of witchcraft and devil worship. Seize them all." The soldiers moved forward, but they found their way blocked by an unexpected obstacle. The ravens that had been gathering throughout the demonstration suddenly took flight, not fleeing but attacking, diving at the soldiers with talons and beaks that seemed unusually sharp and effective. The wolves that had emerged from the forest began to howl, a sound that froze the blood of even the bravest warriors. In the chaos that followed, the keepers made their escape. Astrid and the others who had undergone the ordeals were spirited away by supporters in the crowd, while Magnus coordinated the withdrawal using his connection to the animal allies who had answered his call. But the true victory was not in their escape. It was in the impact the demonstration had on all who witnessed it. Word of what had happened at Kaupang spread throughout the Norse lands with unprecedented speed, carried not just by human messengers, but by the ravens and other creatures who had participated in the event. The story grew in the telling, as such stories do, but the essential truth remained unchanged. The old powers were not dead. The ancient ways still commanded respect from the natural world, and those who served them faithfully would be protected by forces beyond human understanding. More importantly, the demonstration had revealed the true nature of the conflict that was unfolding. This was not simply a matter of religious conversion or political conquest, but a struggle between two fundamentally different ways of understanding humanity's relationship to the world. The Christians offered salvation through submission to external authority, while the keepers represented a path of direct connection to the sacred forces that permeated all existence. In the weeks that followed the trials, recruitment to the network increased dramatically. Young people who had been wavering between the old ways and the new were inspired by what they had heard to seek out keepers and request training. Older individuals who had abandoned their traditional beliefs began to return to the practices of their ancestors. But perhaps most significantly, the demonstration had attracted the attention of keepers from other traditions who had previously remained isolated. Celtic druids, Sami shamans, and even representatives of wisdom traditions from as far away as the Byzantine Empire began to make contact, seeking to understand how such a powerful display had been orchestrated and whether similar demonstrations might be possible in their own lands. The network that had begun as a Norse preservation effort was rapidly evolving into something that transcended cultural and geographical boundaries. The test of fire at Kaupang had proven that the ancient wisdom could still command respect and inspire awe, but it had also demonstrated the power that could be unleashed when different traditions worked together in harmony. As Astrid recovered from the ordeal in a safe house provided by network supporters, she reflected on what had been accomplished and what it meant for the future. The demonstration had been successful beyond her wildest hopes, but it had also escalated the conflict to a new level. The authorities would not be content to let such a challenge to their power go unanswered. "We've won a battle," she told Magnus as they prepared to return home. "But the war is far from over. In fact, it's just beginning." The runestone prophecy had shown her that her death was approaching, but it had also shown her that her work would continue through others. The test of fire had created a new generation of believers and supporters, individuals who would carry the ancient wisdom forward even after the original keepers were gone. The flame had been passed, and it would not be easily extinguished. Sometimes the greatest victories are not won through violence or conquest, but through the simple demonstration of truth in the face of falsehood. And sometimes the most powerful weapons are not swords or spears, but the courage to stand for what we believe, regardless of the consequences. The sacrifice. The autumn following the trials at Kaupang brought changes that rippled across the Norse lands like waves from a stone thrown into still water. The demonstration of the old powers had inspired many, but it had also provoked a response from the Christian authorities that was swift and merciless. Reports arrived daily through the Raven network of increased persecution, of keepers captured or killed, of sacred sites destroyed and ancient artifacts burned. But for every keeper who was lost, 2 more seemed to emerge from hiding or step forward to take up the work. The network was growing faster than it was being diminished, evolving from a collection of isolated individuals into something that resembled a true resistance movement. Astrid found herself at the center of this transformation, recognized by keepers across the region as a leader whose vision and courage had helped to shape their collective response to persecution. The staff that Sigrid had given her had become a symbol of authority within the network, its carved symbols glowing more brightly as the power of the organization increased. But with leadership came responsibility, and with responsibility came difficult choices. As reports of persecution mounted, pressure grew within the network for more aggressive responses to the Christian campaign. Some keepers advocated for direct attacks on monasteries and churches. Others called for the assassination of key missionary leaders, and still others proposed abandoning the Norse lands entirely in favor of establishing new communities in distant territories. "We cannot win through violence," Astrid argued during a gathering of regional network leaders in a hidden valley near Avaldsnes. "The Christians have the backing of political authorities and military forces that far exceed our own. If we turn to warfare, we will be destroyed." "Then what do you propose?" demanded Gunnar Bloodaxe, a keeper from the northern fjords whose family had been wiped out in a recent raid. "That we simply accept persecution and hope for the best? That we allow them to destroy everything our ancestors built?" Astrid understood his anger and frustration, but she also saw the larger pattern that was emerging from the chaos of recent events. "I propose that we do what we have always done, preserve the essential knowledge and pass it on to future generations. But we must do it in new ways, adapted to new circumstances." She gestured toward a map that had been spread on the ground between them, showing not just the Norse lands but the broader world beyond. "The persecution we face here is part of a larger pattern that is unfolding across Europe and beyond. The old ways are under attack everywhere, not just among our people. But this also means that there are allies everywhere, other traditions facing the same challenges we face." Over the following hours, she outlined a strategy that was both ambitious and subtle. Rather than fighting the Christian expansion directly, The network would work to preserve and transmit the ancient wisdom through channels that could not be easily detected or disrupted. They would encode knowledge in stories and songs that could be passed down through oral tradition. They would hide repositories of information in locations that would not be discovered for generations. Most importantly, they would establish connections with other wisdom traditions that would allow the essential teachings to survive, even if the Norse network was completely destroyed. "We are not just preserving Norse wisdom," she explained. "We are helping to preserve the spiritual heritage of all humanity. The techniques we develop, the methods we create, the networks we establish. All of these can be adapted by other traditions facing similar challenges." The strategy required a level of coordination and cooperation that had never been attempted before. Keepers would need to travel vast distances, learn new languages, adapt to different cultures, and work with people whose beliefs and practices might seem strange or even contradictory to their own traditions. But as the plan took shape, Astrid could see that it offered something that purely defensive strategies could not: hope for the future. Rather than simply trying to preserve the past, they would be creating something new, a synthesis of wisdom traditions that could serve the needs of generations yet unborn. The first major test of this strategy came when word arrived that a delegation of Celtic Druids was requesting a meeting with Norse network leaders. The Druids, facing their own persecution at the hands of Christian authorities in Britain and Ireland, had heard of the demonstration at Kaupang and wanted to explore possibilities for mutual support and cooperation. The meeting was arranged for the winter solstice, to be held at the sacred grove where Astrid had undergone her binding ritual. Representatives from dozens of different keeper communities would attend, creating the largest gathering of wisdom tradition holders in recorded history. As the date approached, Astrid felt a growing sense of both anticipation and foreboding. The runestone prophecy had shown her that her death was approaching, and she sensed that the solstice gathering would play a crucial role in the events that would lead to that end. But she also knew that the meeting was essential for the future of the network, regardless of what happened to her personally. The Druids arrived first, a delegation of 12 individuals led by a woman named Bridget, who carried herself with the quiet authority of one accustomed to command. She was perhaps 40 years old, with graying hair braided with silver ornaments and eyes that seemed to hold depths of knowledge and experience. "We come seeking alliance," Bridget announced when she was formally introduced to the Norse leadership. "Our traditions face the same threats, serve the same purposes, and draw from the same ancient sources. It is time we worked together rather than in isolation." The negotiations that followed were complex and sometimes heated. Different traditions had different approaches to preserving knowledge, different methods of training new keepers, different relationships with the communities they served. But gradually, common ground began to emerge. All the traditions shared certain fundamental principles: respect for the natural world, recognition of the interconnectedness of all life, understanding of the sacred as something that permeated existence rather than being confined to specific institutions or authorities. All had developed techniques for accessing expanded states of consciousness, for communicating with non-human intelligences, for perceiving patterns and connections that remained hidden from ordinary awareness. Most importantly, all recognized that they were facing an existential threat that could only be met through cooperation and mutual support. As the solstice ceremony began, representatives of more than 20 different wisdom traditions gathered in the sacred grove. Norse keepers stood beside Celtic Druids, Sami shamans shared space with Slavic wise women, and even a few representatives of more distant traditions. a Sufi mystic from the Islamic lands, a scholar of the Egyptian mysteries, a practitioner of the ancient Greek philosophical schools, added their voices to the assembly. The ceremony itself was unlike anything that had ever been attempted. Rather than following the ritual patterns of any single tradition, it wove together elements from all the represented paths, creating something new while honoring the ancient sources from which all had sprung. Astrid found herself serving as a focal point for the ceremony, her staff glowing with energy that seemed to connect all the participants in a web of shared consciousness. As the ritual reached its climax, she felt her awareness expanding to encompass not just the grove and its occupants, but the entire network of sacred sites and wisdom keepers that spanned continents and cultures. In that moment of expanded consciousness, she saw the true scope of what they were creating. It was not just a network of resistance to Christian expansion, but the foundation for a new phase of human spiritual evolution. The persecution that threatened to destroy individual traditions was also forcing them to connect and cooperate in ways that would ultimately make them stronger and more resilient. But she also saw the price that would be paid for this evolution. Many keepers would be lost. Many traditions would be driven underground. Many sacred sites would be destroyed or corrupted. The transition would be painful and costly, requiring sacrifices from those who served as bridges between the old world and the new. As the ceremony concluded and the participants began to disperse, Astrid felt a profound sense of completion. The network that had begun as a Norse preservation effort had evolved into something that transcended cultural boundaries and geographical limitations. The ancient wisdom would survive, not in its original forms, but in new configurations adapted to changing circumstances. But she also felt the shadow of her approaching fate growing stronger. The runestone prophecy had shown her that her death would serve as a catalyst for the network's full awakening, and she could sense that the time for that catalyst was drawing near. In the days following the solstice gathering, reports began arriving of increased Christian activity throughout the region. Missionaries backed by military forces were conducting systematic searches for keeper communities, offering substantial rewards for information about network activities. Several safe houses had been discovered, and their occupants captured or killed. Most ominously, word came that a special tribunal had been established with the specific mission of rooting out what the Christians called the pagan conspiracy. The tribunal was headed by a monk named Brother Augustine, who had gained a reputation for ruthless efficiency in suppressing indigenous spiritual traditions. "They know about you specifically," Magnus reported after returning from a reconnaissance mission to the regional capital. "Your name is at the top of their list, along with detailed descriptions and a reward that would make any man wealthy for life." Astrid nodded calmly. She had expected this development, had seen it in visions, and felt it in the growing tension that surrounded all network activities. The demonstration at Khao Pang had made her a symbol of resistance to Christian authority, and symbols had to be destroyed if the new order was to be fully established. "Then it's time for the final phase," she said, her voice steady despite the magnitude of what she was contemplating. "The network is strong enough now to survive without me. In fact, it may be stronger without me. My presence draws too much attention, makes it too easy for the authorities to focus their efforts." She gathered the core leadership of the Norse network for what she knew would be their final meeting under her guidance. Eric and Ingrid were there, their faces showing the strain of watching their daughter prepare for a fate they could not prevent. Magnus sat beside her, his young face grim with the knowledge of what was coming. Olaf, Bjorn, Thora, and the other regional leaders completed the circle. "The time has come for me to step aside," Astrid announced. "The network no longer needs a single leader. It has evolved beyond that. What it needs now is to be allowed to grow and adapt without the burden of my notoriety." "You're talking about surrender," Gunnar Bloodaxe said, his voice harsh with emotion. "About giving up and letting them win." "I'm talking about sacrifice," Astrid corrected. "About understanding that sometimes the greatest service we can provide is to remove ourselves from the equation, to allow others to carry the work forward without the complications our presence might create." She stood and moved to the center of the circle, the staff in her hand pulsing with energy that seemed to connect her to every keeper in the network. "I have seen my death in visions," she said simply. "It comes soon, and it serves a purpose. My sacrifice will inspire others, will demonstrate that the old ways are worth dying for, will create martyrs and legends that will sustain the network through the dark times ahead." The silence that followed her words was heavy with grief and understanding. They all knew that she was right, that her continued presence would endanger everyone connected to her, that her death might indeed serve the network better than her life. But knowing something intellectually and accepting it emotionally were two different things. As the meeting concluded and the leaders prepared to return to their own communities, there were tears and embraces, final words of guidance and encouragement, the painful recognition that they were witnessing the end of an era. "What would you have us do?" Magnus asked as the others departed, leaving only the immediate family in the grove. Astrid looked at her younger brother, seeing in his face the same gifts that had shaped her own destiny, the same potential for service and sacrifice. "Continue the work," she said simply. "Lead the network into its next phase of evolution. And remember that death is not an ending. It's a transformation, a passage from one form of service to another." As winter deepened around Avaldsnes and the forces of persecution gathered for their final assault, Astrid prepared herself for the role she had been born to play. The gathering storm would soon break over the Norse lands, but the network she had helped to create would survive and flourish, carrying the ancient wisdom forward into an uncertain but hopeful future. Sometimes the greatest leaders are those who know when to step aside, who understand that their highest service may be in the manner of their leaving, rather than the duration of their staying. And sometimes the most powerful legacy is not what we accomplish in life, but what we make possible through our willingness to sacrifice everything for the greater good. The first snows of winter had begun to fall when Brother Augustine arrived at Avaldsnes with his tribunal and a force of 50 armed men. They came not as raiders seeking quick plunder, but as representatives of an organized campaign to eliminate what they saw as the last major center of pagan resistance in the region. Astrid had been expecting them. Her far sight had shown her their approach days before they appeared on the horizon, and she had used that time to make final preparations for what she knew would be her last stand. The network had been alerted, safe houses had been evacuated, and the most important repositories of knowledge had been sealed or relocated to more secure locations. But she had not fled, despite the urgent pleas of her family and the other keepers. The runestone prophecy had been clear about her fate, and she understood that attempting to avoid it would only delay the inevitable while potentially endangering others. "You don't have to do this," Magnus said, as they watched the Christian force making camp in the valley below their home. "We could still escape, disappear into the forest, make our way to one of the distant settlements where they'll never find us." Astrid smiled at her brother's words, touched by his loyalty but unmoved by his arguments. "Yes, I do have to do this," she replied gently. "Not because I want to die, but because my death will accomplish something that my life cannot. It will transform me from a person into a symbol, from a leader into a legend. And legends are much harder to kill than people. She had spent the days since Augustine's arrival in intensive preparation, not for battle, but for the final teaching she would offer to the network and to the world. The techniques Sigrid had taught her, the wisdom gained from the sacred grove, the insights accumulated through years of service. All of this needed to be distilled into a form that could be transmitted even in the face of persecution and death. Working with Magnus and her parents, she had encoded her most important knowledge into a series of songs and stories that could be easily memorized and passed down through oral tradition. Each tale contained multiple layers of meaning, accessible to different audiences according to their level of understanding and commitment. To casual listeners, they would seem like simple folk stories, entertaining but unremarkable. To those with some knowledge of the old ways, they would reveal practical techniques and philosophical insights. To fully trained keepers, they would serve as comprehensive manuals for maintaining and expanding the network. The Christians can burn our books and destroy our artifacts, she explained to Magnus as they worked on the final versions of these encoded teachings. But they cannot burn the stories that live in people's hearts and minds. As long as someone remembers the tales, the knowledge will survive. She had also prepared more direct communications for the network, messages that would be transmitted through the Raven network to keepers across the Norse lands and beyond. These messages contained specific instructions for the period following her death, guidance for how the network should reorganize itself and adapt to new circumstances. "Do not seek to avenge me," one message read. "Revenge is a luxury we cannot afford, a distraction from the real work of preservation and transmission. Instead, let my death inspire you to greater dedication, to deeper commitment, to more creative approaches to the challenges we face." Another message addressed the question of leadership. The network no longer needs a single head. It has grown beyond that stage of development. Let it become like the mycelial networks that connect forest ecosystems, with multiple nodes of authority and communication pathways that cannot be severed by the elimination of any individual component. But perhaps the most important message was the one she prepared for future generations of keepers, those who would inherit the network decades or centuries after her death. Remember that you are not preserving the past for its own sake, but preparing for a future that will need the wisdom of ages to navigate new challenges. Adapt the old knowledge to new circumstances, but never lose sight of the fundamental principles that make it valuable. As the Christian forces prepared for their assault, Astrid made her final preparations. She dressed in the ceremonial robes that had belonged to her grandmother, adorned herself with the silver ornaments that marked her status as a keeper, and took up the staff that Sigrid had given her. If she was to die, she would die as what she was, a guardian of the ancient wisdom, a servant of powers older than empires. The attack came at dawn, as she had known it would. Brother Augustine led his men up the path to the longhouse, their weapons drawn and their faces grim with righteous determination. They expected to find a fortified position, defenders prepared to fight to the death, the kind of resistance that would justify the violence they were prepared to unleash. Instead, they found Astrid waiting for them alone in the doorway of her home, her hands empty except for the carved staff, her expression serene with acceptance of what was to come. "I am Astrid Eriksdottir," she announced, her voice carrying clearly across the morning air. "I am the one you seek. I surrender myself to your authority, but I claim the right to speak before you pass judgment. Brother Augustine, a thin man with the pale complexion of one who spent most of his time indoors studying texts, stepped forward with obvious suspicion. He had expected a trap, some final demonstration of pagan sorcery that would endanger his mission. The calm surrender of his primary target left him uncertain how to proceed. "You are accused of witchcraft, heresy, and conspiracy against the lawful authorities," he announced, falling back on the formal language of his tribunal. "How do you answer these charges?" "I am guilty of serving powers older than your church," Astrid replied, her voice steady and clear. "I am guilty of preserving knowledge that your authorities would prefer to see destroyed. I am guilty of believing that the sacred cannot be contained within the walls of any single institution or controlled by any earthly power." She stepped forward, and Augustine's men raised their weapons nervously. But she made no threatening moves, simply walked to a position where her voice could be heard by all present. Not just the Christian forces, but the growing crowd of local people who had gathered to witness the confrontation. "But I am not guilty of the crimes you truly fear," she continued. "I have not sought to overthrow your political authority, or to prevent the spread of your faith through honest persuasion. I have simply maintained that there are other paths to the sacred, other ways of understanding humanity's relationship to the divine, other sources of wisdom that deserve to be preserved alongside your own." Brother Augustine's face flushed with anger at this calm defiance of his authority. "Blasphemy!" he shouted. "There's only one path to salvation, only one true faith, only one source of divine authority." "Then you have nothing to fear from me," Astrid replied with a slight smile. "If your way is truly the only path, then mine will wither and die naturally." Why do you need swords and fire to defeat something that poses no real threat? The question hung in the air, and Astrid could see its impact on the assembled crowd. Many of the local people were recent converts to Christianity, still uncertain about their new faith, still carrying memories of the old ways. Her words reminded them that they had been given a choice between two different approaches to the sacred, not simply commanded to abandon one for the other. But Augustine was not interested in theological debate. He had come to eliminate a threat to the new order, and he would not be deterred by clever arguments or appeals to reason. "Enough," he declared. "You are condemned by your own words. The penalty for heresy is death by fire, that your corruption may be purged from this world and serve as a warning to others who might follow your path." Astrid nodded calmly, having expected this outcome. "I accept your judgment," she said. "But I ask for one final privilege, the right to speak my last words before the sentence is carried out." Augustine hesitated, clearly suspicious of what she might say, but unable to refuse such a traditional request without appearing unreasonably harsh. "You may speak," he said finally, "but briefly, and without invoking your false gods or practicing sorcery." A pyre had been prepared in the center of the settlement, built from the timbers of the destroyed shrine and workshop. As Astrid was led to the stake that had been erected in its center, she felt a profound calm settling over her. The fear and uncertainty that had plagued her in recent weeks were gone, replaced by a clear understanding of her purpose and role. The crowd that gathered to witness the execution was larger than Augustine had expected. Word of the confrontation had spread quickly, drawing people from settlements throughout the region. Some came out of curiosity, others out of loyalty to the old ways, still others hoping to witness some final miracle that would vindicate their traditional beliefs. As the bonds were secured around her and the kindling was arranged at her feet, Astrid looked out over the assembled faces and saw the future of the network she had helped to create. There were young people whose eyes burned with the same fire that had driven her own awakening. There were older individuals who carried the wisdom of generations in their hearts and minds. There were representatives of other traditions who had come to witness the sacrifice of one who had served as a bridge between different paths to the sacred. "People of the North," she began, her voice somehow carrying clearly despite the crackling of torches and the murmur of the crowd. "I stand before you today not as a victim, but as a willing sacrifice to something greater than any individual life. I die not because I have been defeated, but because my death will serve purposes that my life could not accomplish." Brother Augustine made a gesture to his men to light the pyre, but something in Astrid's voice, some quality of authority and power, made them hesitate. "The knowledge I have served will not die with me," she continued. "It lives in the hearts and minds of those who have learned its value, in the stories that will be told about this day, in the seeds that have been planted and will grow in times to come. You can burn my body, but you cannot burn the truth that the sacred is present in all things, that wisdom comes from many sources, that no single authority can contain or control the mystery of existence itself." As she spoke, something remarkable began to happen. The ravens that had served as messengers for the network began to gather. First a few, then dozens, then hundreds, until the sky above the settlement was black with their wings. They did not attack or threaten, but simply watched, their presence transforming the execution into something that felt more like a sacred ceremony than a punishment. "See how even the creatures of the air honor the old ways," Astrid said, gesturing toward the assembled birds. "They know what you have forgotten, that all life is connected, that wisdom flows through many channels, that the sacred cannot be confined to buildings made by human hands." Brother Augustine, growing increasingly agitated by the strange atmosphere that was developing around the execution, finally ordered his men to proceed. The torches were applied to the kindling, and flames began to lick at the base of the pyre. But as the fire grew and the smoke began to rise, Astrid's voice grew stronger rather than weaker, as if the flames were feeding her power rather than consuming her life. "Remember this day," she called out, her words somehow audible above the roar of the fire. "Remember that the old knowledge does not die easily, that those who serve it willingly give their lives to preserve it, that no persecution can destroy what lives in the human heart." Oh, the flames reached her now, but instead of screams of pain, her voice rose in song. Not words in any human language, but sounds that seemed to connect directly to something primal and eternal in all who heard them. The song was taken up by others in the crowd, people who had never heard it before but somehow knew its melody, its rhythm, its meaning. As the song swelled and the flames consumed the pyre, the ravens began to cry out in harmony, their voices adding layers of meaning that transcended human understanding. The very air seemed to vibrate with power, and many in the crowd reported later that they saw figures in the smoke. Ancestors, spirits, guardians of the old ways who had come to escort one of their own to whatever realm awaited beyond death. When the flames finally died down and the smoke cleared, Brother Augustine expected to find the charred remains of a heretic, a grim warning to others who might challenge Christian authority. Instead, he found something that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The stake was burned through. The pyre was reduced to ashes, but there was no body. Where Astrid had been bound, there was only a pile of silver ornaments and the carved staff, both unmarked by the flames that had raged around them. The crowd stood in stunned silence, trying to process what they had witnessed. Some saw it as a miracle, proof that the old gods still protected their faithful servants. Others interpreted it as evidence of sorcery, diabolic intervention that had cheated the flames of their victim. But all recognized that they had witnessed something extraordinary, something that would be remembered and discussed for generations to come. Brother Augustine, faced with clear evidence that his execution had not proceeded as planned, tried to maintain his authority by declaring that the disappearance of the body proved the diabolic nature of the heresy he was fighting. But his words fell on deaf ears. The crowd was already dispersing, carrying with them stories that would grow in the telling, legends that would inspire future generations of keepers and seekers. In the days that followed, reports began arriving through the network of similar phenomena occurring throughout the Norse lands. Keepers who had been captured and executed were reported to have vanished from their pyres, leaving behind only their personal effects and stories that spread like wildfire through the population. The persecution continued, but its character changed. What had been intended as a campaign of intimidation and suppression had become something else entirely. A series of martyrdoms that inspired, rather than deterred, demonstrations of power that strengthened rather than weakened the traditions they were meant to destroy. The network that Astrid had helped to create not only survived her death, but was transformed by it. No longer dependent on individual leaders or centralized authority, it evolved into something more resilient and adaptable, a living system that could grow and change while maintaining its essential character and purpose. The ancient wisdom had passed its greatest test, proving that it could survive not just persecution, but the loss of those who had served as its guardians. The flame had been passed to a new generation, and it would continue to burn through all the dark times ahead. Sometimes the greatest teaching is not in how we live, but in how we die, not in the words we speak. Sometimes the greatest teaching is not in how we live, but in how we die. Not in the words we speak, but in the silence we leave behind that echoes with meaning. And sometimes the most powerful victory is achieved not through resistance, but through surrender that transforms defeat into triumph. In the months following Astrid's execution, the Norse lands experienced a phenomenon that Brother Augustine and his fellow missionaries had never anticipated. Rather than crushing the resistance to Christian conversion, the martyrdom of the young keeper had ignited something that spread far beyond what any organized persecution could contain. Magnus, now 18 and fully awakened to his gifts, found himself at the center of this transformation. The network that his sister had helped to create was reaching out to him from across the region, seeking guidance and coordination in the wake of their leader's sacrifice. But he understood, as Astrid had taught him, that the network no longer needed a single head. It needed to evolve into something more distributed and resilient. Working with the other surviving keepers, Magnus helped to implement the organizational changes that Astrid had envisioned. Instead of a hierarchical structure with clear lines of authority, the network became a web of interconnected nodes, each capable of independent action while remaining connected to the whole. Regional coordinators replaced central leaders, and communication flowed through multiple channels that could not be easily disrupted. But perhaps more importantly, the network began to adapt its methods of preservation and transmission to the new realities of systematic persecution. The encoded stories and songs that Astrid had created in her final weeks became the foundation for a new approach to maintaining the ancient wisdom, one that could survive even if every formal keeper was eliminated. "We are no longer trying to preserve institutions," Magnus explained to a gathering of regional coordinators in the Hidden Valley. where so many crucial meetings had taken place. We are preserving something more fundamental, the capacity for direct spiritual experience, the knowledge of how to connect with the sacred forces that permeate existence. The stories that emerged from this new approach were remarkable in their sophistication and subtlety. To casual listeners, they seemed like simple folk tales, entertaining narratives about heroes and monsters, gods and mortals, love and loss. But to those who knew how to listen, they contained detailed instructions for meditation techniques, methods of plant communication, ways of reading natural signs and omens. One story, which became known as the Tale of the Raven's Gift, appeared to be a simple account of a young woman who received magical powers from a talking bird. But encoded within its narrative were complete instructions for establishing communication with the Raven Network, including the specific calls and gestures that would identify a speaker as a legitimate keeper. Another story, the Saga of the Burning Tree, seemed to describe a mythical tree that could survive any fire. In reality, it was a detailed manual for creating hidden repositories of knowledge that could withstand physical destruction, including techniques for encoding information in ways that would only be visible to those who knew the proper methods of revelation. As these stories spread throughout the population, carried by traveling merchants, wandering storytellers, and ordinary people who found them entertaining, the network began to regenerate itself in ways that its persecutors could not detect or prevent. Young people who heard the tales and recognized their deeper meanings sought out older individuals who could provide more complete instruction. Adults who had abandoned the old ways began to remember techniques and insights they had learned in childhood. But the most remarkable development was the way the network began to attract members from unexpected sources. Christian converts who had been drawn to the new faith by its promises of salvation began to discover that the old stories contained wisdom that complemented rather than contradicted their new beliefs. Monks and priests, studying the local culture to better understand how to minister to their congregations, found themselves inadvertently learning techniques that enhanced their own spiritual practices. The wisdom is finding its own way, Magnus observed to his parents as they watched this transformation unfold. It's adapting to new circumstances, finding new vessels, creating new forms of expression that can survive in any environment. Eric, now recognized as one of the elder statesmen of the network despite his relatively young age, nodded thoughtfully. "Your sister understood this better than any of us," he said. She saw that the real preservation wasn't about maintaining specific practices or institutions, but about ensuring that the essential insights would continue to be available to those who needed them. The success of this adaptive strategy became clear when Brother Augustine launched what he intended to be a final campaign against the remaining pagan influences in the region. His forces conducted systematic searches of suspected keeper communities, interrogated thousands of individuals, and offered substantial rewards for information about network activities. But they found almost nothing. The formal structure they had been fighting against had dissolved, replaced by something so diffuse and integrated into the general population that it was virtually impossible to identify or attack. The wisdom they sought to destroy had become like water, taking the shape of whatever container held it while retaining its essential nature. Augustine's frustration was evident in the reports he sent back to his superiors. The heresy has not been eliminated, but transformed. It no longer presents itself as an organized opposition to Christian authority, but has somehow infiltrated the very culture of these people. They attend our services, profess faith in our teachings, yet continue to practice techniques and hold beliefs that derive from their pagan past. What Augustine failed to understand was that this integration was not a corruption of Christianity, but an enrichment of it. The Norse converts who incorporated elements of the old wisdom into their new faith were not betraying either tradition. They were creating something that honored the best of both. This synthesis became particularly evident in the monasteries that were established throughout the region in the years following Astrid's death. Many of the monks who joined these communities were former keepers or individuals who had been influenced by the encoded stories. They brought with them techniques of meditation and contemplation that had been developed over centuries of shamanic practice, methods of working with plants and natural substances that enhanced their ability to create illuminated manuscripts and medicinal preparations, and approaches to scholarship that emphasized direct experience alongside textual study. The result was a flowering of Christian mysticism that was unlike anything seen in other parts of Europe. Norse Christian monks developed reputations for their ability to enter profound states of spiritual ecstasy, for their skill in creating artwork that seemed to pulse with its own inner life, for their knowledge of healing practices that combined prayer with herbal medicine and energy work. But perhaps most significantly, they maintained the network's commitment to preserving and transmitting wisdom across cultural and religious boundaries. The monasteries became centers not just of Christian learning, but of scholarship that encompassed multiple traditions and approaches to understanding the sacred. Magnus, now in his mid-20s and recognized as one of the most gifted keepers of his generation, played a crucial role in facilitating this synthesis. Working with sympathetic monks and Christian scholars, he helped to establish what became known as the Northern School of Christian mysticism, a movement that explicitly acknowledged the value of pre-Christian wisdom while remaining firmly committed to the new faith. "We are not abandoning Christianity," he explained to a gathering that included both keepers and monks. "We are helping it to become what it has the potential to be, a universal path that can incorporate the best insights from all traditions while maintaining its own distinctive character." The Northern School developed techniques that were recognizably Christian in their language and symbolism, but drew upon methods that had been refined over centuries of shamanic practice. Contemplative prayer was enhanced by breathing techniques derived from the old trance work. Biblical meditation incorporated visualization methods that had been used to communicate with spirits and ancestors. Even the creation of illuminated manuscripts became a form of magical practice, with scribes entering altered states of consciousness to channel divine inspiration directly onto the page. But the most important contribution of the Northern School was its approach to the preservation and transmission of wisdom. Rather than simply maintaining Christian orthodoxy, the monks of this movement actively sought out and preserved knowledge from other traditions, creating libraries that contained not just Christian texts, but works on astronomy, mathematics, natural philosophy, and spiritual practices from across the known world. These libraries became the repositories where the ancient wisdom survived its period of greatest persecution, encoded in Christian symbols and language, disguised as theological treatises and devotional works. The essential knowledge of the old ways was preserved for future generations who would know how to decode and apply it. The irony was not lost on Magnus and the other surviving keepers. The very institutions that had been created to destroy their tradition had become the means of its preservation. The network had not just survived persecution, it had transformed its persecutors into unwitting allies in the work of maintaining humanity's spiritual heritage. As the years passed, and the immediate crisis of persecution faded, the network continued to evolve and adapt. The encoded stories spread far beyond the Norse lands, carried by traders and travelers to other regions where similar struggles between old and new were taking place. The synthesis of Christian and pre-Christian wisdom that had emerged in the north began to influence developments in other parts of Europe, contributing to the flowering of mystical movements that would shape the spiritual landscape for centuries to come. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of Astrid's sacrifice was the demonstration it provided of the resilience and adaptability of authentic spiritual wisdom. The network she had helped to create proved that no persecution, however systematic or ruthless, could destroy knowledge that served genuine human needs. The ancient wisdom would find new forms, new expressions, new channels of transmission, but it would never be completely eliminated. The phoenix had risen from the ashes of apparent defeat, transformed but recognizable, carrying forward the flame that had been passed down through countless generations of seekers and servants of the sacred. Sometimes the greatest victories are achieved not through resistance but through transformation, not by fighting change, but by guiding it toward outcomes that serve the highest good. And sometimes the most powerful legacy we can leave is not in the institutions we build, but in the capacity we create for wisdom to find new forms of expression in every age. 25 years had passed since Astrid's execution, and the world had changed in ways both subtle and profound. The Norse expansion across the North Atlantic was now in full swing, with settlements established in Iceland, Greenland, and even the distant shores of Vinland. The great voyages that had been glimpsed in visions were becoming reality, carrying Norse culture and influence to the far corners of the known world. But these expeditions carried more than just warriors and settlers. Hidden among the crews were keepers trained in the new methods, individuals who understood their role as preservers and transmitters of the ancient wisdom. They established networks in the new lands that connected back to the mother communities, creating a web of knowledge preservation that spanned continents. Magnus, now in his 40s and recognized as one of the most accomplished keepers of his generation, had played a crucial role in coordinating these efforts. Working through the northern school monasteries and the informal networks that had grown up around the encoded stories, he had helped to ensure that each major expedition included individuals capable of maintaining the spiritual connections that linked all the scattered communities. The results were remarkable. In Iceland, the settlers developed a tradition of storytelling that preserved not just the historical memories of their homeland, but the encoded wisdom that had been woven into those tales. The Icelandic sagas that would later be recognized as masterpieces of world literature contained, for those who knew how to read them, complete manuals of spiritual practice and philosophical insight. In Greenland, the harsh conditions and isolation from European influences allowed for the development of practices that were even more explicitly connected to the old ways. The Greenlandic keepers, working with indigenous shamanic traditions they encountered, created hybrid approaches to spiritual practice that combined Norse, Inuit, and Celtic elements into something entirely new, yet recognizably rooted in ancient wisdom. But perhaps the most significant development occurred in Vinland, where Norse settlers encountered Native American peoples whose own spiritual traditions showed remarkable parallels to the ancient ways of the North. The keepers who had traveled to these distant shores found themselves not just preserving their own traditions, but learning from indigenous teachers whose knowledge complemented and enhanced their own understanding. It's as if the same wisdom has been developing independently in different parts of the world, reported Leif Eriksson's daughter Freydis, who had become one of the most accomplished keepers of the Vinland settlements. The techniques are different, the symbols and stories are different, but the underlying principles are identical. This discovery had profound implications for the network's understanding of its mission. What had begun as an effort to preserve specifically Norse wisdom was revealing itself to be part of a much larger pattern, a global awakening of spiritual knowledge that transcended cultural and geographical boundaries. Magnus felt the weight of this realization as he stood in the sacred grove where his sister had undergone her binding ritual so many years before. The grove had become a pilgrimage site for keepers from across the network, a place where they came to connect with the source of their tradition and to receive guidance for the challenges they faced. The trees had grown larger in the intervening years, their branches intertwining overhead to create an even more complete natural cathedral. The altar at the center of the clearing bore new carvings, added by successive generations of keepers who had come to record their own insights and discoveries. But the essential character of the place remained unchanged. It was still a nexus of power, a point where the veil between worlds grew thin and the ancient wisdom could be accessed directly. As Magnus placed his hands on the altar and opened his consciousness to the network, he could feel the presence of keepers across the known world. There were the monasteries of the Northern School, where Christian monks preserved ancient knowledge in new forms. There were the settlements of Iceland and Greenland, where storytellers maintained the oral traditions that carried encoded wisdom. There were the distant outposts of Vinland, where Norse and Native American traditions were creating unprecedented syntheses of spiritual practice. But he could also sense something else, new nodes of activity in places he had never imagined. The network was spreading beyond the Norse diaspora, carried by traders and travelers to regions where it was taking root in entirely different cultural contexts. Celtic druids were adapting the encoding techniques for their own traditions. Islamic scholars were incorporating the Northern School's approaches to mystical practice. Even in distant Byzantium, there were reports of spiritual teachers who seemed to be drawing upon methods that had originated in the Norse lands. The vision that came to him in that moment of expanded awareness was both exhilarating and overwhelming. He saw a future in which the network his sister had helped to create would span the entire globe, connecting wisdom traditions from every culture and continent into a single vast organism of spiritual knowledge. The ancient wisdom would not just survive, but flourish, adapting to new circumstances while maintaining its essential character and purpose. But he also saw the challenges that lay ahead. The forces that had persecuted the keepers in the Norse lands were not unique to that time and place. Throughout history, there would be those who sought to suppress indigenous wisdom, to replace diverse spiritual traditions with monolithic systems of control. The network would face repeated cycles of persecution and renewal, death and rebirth, suppression and emergence. The work is never finished, he murmured to himself, echoing words his sister had spoken years before. Each generation must take up the task anew, adapting the ancient wisdom to new circumstances, finding new ways to preserve and transmit what is essential. As he prepared to leave the grove and return to his own work of coordination and guidance, Magnus felt a presence that made him pause. It was subtle, barely perceptible, but unmistakably familiar. The spiritual essence of Astrid herself, somehow still connected to the network she had helped to create. "Sister," he whispered, uncertain whether he was experiencing a genuine contact or simply the product of his own memories and emotions. The response came not in words, but in a flow of images and insights that filled his consciousness with understanding. He saw Astrid as she was now, not dead, but transformed, existing in a state of being that transcended physical limitations while remaining connected to the work she had begun in life. She showed him visions of the network's future, glimpses of developments that would unfold over centuries and millennia. He saw times of great flowering, when the ancient wisdom would emerge from hiding to guide humanity through periods of transformation and growth. He saw times of suppression, when the knowledge would be driven underground but never completely destroyed. He saw the eventual emergence of a global civilization that honored and integrated the spiritual insights of all cultures and traditions. But most importantly, she showed him his own role in this vast unfolding. He was not just a keeper of the old ways, but a bridge to the new, a facilitator of the synthesis that would allow ancient wisdom to serve the needs of future generations. His work would help to establish patterns and principles that would guide the network through all its future transformations. The echo of what we began here will resonate through all the ages to come. Her presence seemed to communicate. Every keeper who takes up this work, every seeker who finds wisdom in the old ways, every person who chooses connection over separation, all are part of the same great pattern that we helped to weave. As the vision faded, and Magnus found himself alone in the grove, he felt a profound sense of completion and beginning simultaneously. The work that had begun with his sister's awakening to her gifts had reached a kind of culmination, but it was also just the beginning of something even greater. He walked slowly back toward the settlement, his mind filled with plans and possibilities. There were new keepers to train, new networks to establish, new syntheses to facilitate. The ancient wisdom was alive and growing, adapting to new circumstances while maintaining its essential character. The long echo of Astrid's sacrifice continued to resonate through the world, inspiring new generations of seekers and servants of the sacred. The network she had helped to create was no longer just a Norse phenomenon, but a global movement, a living demonstration of humanity's capacity for spiritual evolution and growth. As Magnus reached the edge of the grove and looked back one final time, he could see the altar glowing softly in the dappled sunlight, its carved symbols pulsing with the energy of all those who had contributed to its creation. The sacred grove would continue to serve as a source of inspiration and guidance for generations yet unborn, a reminder that the ancient wisdom was not a relic of the past, but a living force that could transform the future. The phoenix had not just risen from the ashes. It had learned to fly across oceans and continents, carrying the flame of wisdom to every corner of the world, where human hearts yearned for connection to something greater than themselves. Sometimes the most important work we do is not completed in our own lifetime, but sets in motion patterns that will unfold across generations and centuries. And sometimes the greatest gift we can give to the future is not the answers we have found, but the questions we have learned to ask, and the methods we have developed for finding new answers as circumstances change. Epilogue: The Eternal Return. 1,000 years later, Dr. Sarah Eriksson stood at the edge of the archaeological excavation site on the Norwegian island of Avaldsnes, watching as her team carefully uncovered what appeared to be the remains of an ancient shrine. The summer sun was warm on her face, but she felt a chill of recognition as the carved stones emerged from the earth, their symbols somehow familiar despite being unlike anything in the standard archaeological record. As a professor of medieval Scandinavian history at the University of Oslo, Sarah had spent her career studying the transition period between pagan and Christian cultures in the Norse lands. Her specialty was the preservation of pre-Christian traditions within Christian contexts, a phenomenon that had always seemed to her to be more systematic and intentional than most scholars recognized. But this excavation was revealing something that challenged even her expansive understanding of how ancient wisdom had survived the conversion period. The shrine they were uncovering was clearly pre-Christian in origin, but it showed signs of continuous use well into the medieval period. More puzzling still, the symbols carved into its stones seemed to encode information in ways that suggested a sophisticated understanding of how to preserve knowledge across generations. "Professor," called out one of her graduate students, "you need to see this." Sarah made her way carefully across the excavation site to where the student was kneeling beside a section of carved wall that had just been exposed. The symbols here were different from the others, more complex, more densely packed with information, and somehow more alive was the only word that came to mind. As she knelt beside the carving and placed her hands on the ancient stone, Sarah felt something that made her gasp aloud. It was as if the symbols were responding to her touch, glowing faintly in the afternoon sunlight, pulsing with an energy that seemed to flow directly into her consciousness. Images began to flood her mind, visions of the site as it had been 1,000 years ago, when it served as a center for preserving and transmitting ancient wisdom. She saw a young woman with silver ornaments in her hair, teaching others how to encode knowledge in stories and symbols. She saw gatherings of people from different traditions, working together to create networks of preservation that spanned continents. But most clearly, she saw the woman's face, and with a shock of recognition that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than memory, Sarah realized that she was looking at her own features reflected in someone who had lived a millennium ago. "Astrid," she whispered, the name coming to her lips without conscious thought. The vision deepened, and Sarah found herself experiencing not just images, but memories. Memories of techniques for expanding consciousness, of methods for communicating across vast distances, of ways to preserve essential knowledge in forms that could survive any persecution or suppression. She understood, with a clarity that transcended rational explanation, that she was not just studying the preservation of ancient wisdom. She was part of it. The network that had been created 1,000 years ago was still active, still growing, still adapting to new circumstances. The keepers had never disappeared. They had simply learned to work within whatever systems and institutions were available to them. Her own career, her research into the survival of pre-Christian traditions, her inexplicable ability to understand symbols and practices that other scholars found incomprehensible. All of it had been guided by connections she had never consciously recognized. "Professor, are you all right?" her student asked, clearly concerned by her sudden stillness and the strange expression on her face. Sarah blinked, returning to ordinary consciousness but retaining the expanded awareness that the vision had awakened. "I'm fine," she said, though she knew that nothing would ever be quite the same again. Better than fine, actually. I think we've just made the most important discovery of our careers. Over the following weeks, as the excavation continued and more of the shrine was revealed, Sarah began to understand the true scope of what they had found. This was not just an archaeological site, but a repository of encoded knowledge, a library created by people who understood that information could be preserved in stone and symbol as effectively as in books and manuscripts. Working with specialists in linguistics, cryptography, and comparative religion, she began the painstaking process of decoding the carved messages. What emerged was a comprehensive manual for preserving and transmitting spiritual wisdom across cultural and temporal boundaries. Techniques that had been developed over centuries of practice and refinement. But more than just techniques, the carvings contained a philosophy of preservation that was remarkably sophisticated and forward-thinking. The ancient keepers had understood that wisdom could not be preserved simply by maintaining old forms and practices. It had to be constantly adapted, constantly renewed, constantly expressed in ways that spoke to the needs and circumstances of each new generation. As Sarah delved deeper into the decoded materials, she began to recognize patterns and principles that were strikingly relevant to contemporary challenges. The ancient network's approaches to maintaining knowledge across cultural boundaries offered insights into how modern global civilization might preserve its own wisdom traditions. Their methods for encoding information in multiple layers of meaning provided models for how essential knowledge might be transmitted in an age of information overload and digital fragmentation. But perhaps most importantly, their understanding of how to maintain spiritual connections across vast networks of individuals offered guidance for how humanity might develop the kind of collective consciousness that would be necessary to address the global challenges of the 21st century. Sarah found herself at the center of a new kind of network. Scholars, scientists, spiritual teachers, and ordinary seekers who were drawn to the discoveries at Avoldsnes and their implications for contemporary life. The ancient techniques were being adapted to modern circumstances, creating new forms of practice and understanding that honored traditional wisdom while addressing current needs. The parallels to what had happened 1,000 years ago were unmistakable. Once again, ancient wisdom was finding new forms of expression, new channels of transmission, new ways of serving humanity's spiritual evolution. The network was regenerating itself, drawing upon its deepest roots while growing in directions that its original creators could never have imagined. As Sarah stood in the sacred grove that her team had discovered near the shrine, a circle of ancient oaks that had somehow survived a millennium of change, she felt the presence of all those who had contributed to this work across the centuries. Keepers and teachers, scholars and seekers, all connected by the same commitment to preserving and transmitting the wisdom that humanity needed to fulfill its highest potential. The carved staff that had been found at the center of the shrine now rested in her hands, its symbols glowing softly in the evening light. She understood that she was not just its discoverer, but its inheritor, called to carry forward work that had been begun long before her birth and would continue long after her death. The ancient wisdom had survived its greatest test, the test of time itself. It had proven that authentic spiritual knowledge could adapt to any circumstances, find expression in any culture, serve the needs of any generation that was willing to receive it. The network that had been created to preserve it had become something far greater than its founders had envisioned, a living demonstration of humanity's capacity for continuous spiritual evolution. As the sun set over the Norwegian fjords and the stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Sarah felt the presence of her ancient predecessor, the woman whose sacrifice had made all of this possible. Astrid's spirit seemed to whisper across the centuries, carrying a message of hope and encouragement for all who would continue the work. The flame passes from hand to hand, from heart to heart, from generation to generation. It may flicker in times of darkness. It may seem to die in times of persecution, but it never truly goes out. For it is not just a human flame. It is the light of consciousness itself, the spark of the divine that lives within all beings, the eternal fire that connects all things in the great web of existence. The long echo of that ancient sacrifice continued to resonate through time, inspiring new generations of keepers to take up the work of preservation and transmission. The network lived on, adapted to new circumstances but faithful to its original purpose. ensuring that the wisdom of ages would always be available to those who needed it, in whatever form they could receive it. The eternal return had begun anew, and the ancient wisdom was ready to serve the needs of a new age. Some stories end where they began, revealing that what seemed like a conclusion was actually a new beginning, and some wisdom is so essential to human flourishing that it finds ways to preserve and renew itself across any span of time, any change of circumstances, any transformation of culture or consciousness. The keepers of such wisdom are not bound by the limitations of any single lifetime, but participate in a work that transcends individual existence and serves the evolution of consciousness itself.